And we are on air. There we go. Oh,
Anymore? Almost forgot about
hello,
Tiffany.
Vesper. I just said we're
Huh?
live, right?
Yes.
Vesper, I just woke up, so try to bear with me, okay? You know how I am when I just woke
Yeah, of
up. I have
course.
no capacity for things. Yeah?
Yeah. So, heavy moderation. Anyone who asks you repetitive questions like, are you AI, are getting banned instantly.
Good morning, Matthew. Green fruit. Why is my chat window really narrow? Hold on. Hello, Nilo. Mecca. Mecca up this early. All right. The 3 hour gap.
Ah.
Completely forgot about that. There we go. Where is my camera? Whoa. What? There we go. It's just directly across me. So, yes, hi there. Good morning, chat. It's been 2 days, hasn't it? I just I just woke up. I told myself, Gib, close your eyes for 15 minutes and then you will most certainly wake up and stream right on schedule at 2:30 a.m. Lo and behold, we are 4 hours way past schedule. I fell asleep on my chair, chat. No worry, it was a nice, comfortable, reclining chair. I still fell asleep on my chair. All the same. Also, hello, Miss Frost. Yeah, I'm just gonna call you Tita. It's hard to call you anything else. Why is your hydrate and stretch so expensive? Why? Because people like to spam it. I remember that was cheap and it was unlimited. I believe 13 hydrate redeems was redeemed within the span of 2 hours. Ah yes. Matty says I'm back from the trip, so I'm glad to see my favorite boss and his sidekick. And the great chat. Oh, fantastic. Always lovely to have you here, Matthew. See if the cameras are working here is Vesper. Very strange when she waves, she always has that sad face because of the gesture. Okay. Then we have camera 3, which I like a whole lot. There. So, where were we? Stretch. Ah, redeeming a stretch, right? As you can see, chat. Oh, good old Gabos here is not quite 100% booted up yet. But nice to see you, Mystic. Oh, it's Wednesday. Hmm. Do the hydrate redeems cheap, but only in 50 milliliter increments. You mean it's like a sip redeem? That's cool. Why wasn't Piano Ghoul over at TikTok? Hi and good morning. Well, no, it shouldn't be. It's close to midnight your time, right? Germany should be like 11:25 p.m. your time. Yeah, nice to see you. I go get myself some tea, says Nilo. Alrighty. Wow, my vocabulary centers aren't quite up to task at the moment, so fumbling with the English. Hmm. What time is it for you? I am 7 hours ahead, so it's 6:26 a.m. Popular. I'm not popular, piano. Big stretch. It's 22 p.m. here. Let's see. I would never have the energy to stream this early. Uh, Let's just say I have a rather strange sleeping schedule. Night owl. Somewhat of a night owl. Not having a set schedule on having to do anything. I eat when I'm hungry, I sleep when I'm sleepy. Hmm. Don't mind me, I need some. Alright, Latinas. I'm probably gonna remove that redeem sometime. It's very much not in theme anymore with what I do. But alright, for you. I do need the full body cam anyway. How do I do this? Just like this? You have a sleeping schedule? Yes. Oh wow, there we go. Pin 1, nah. No, it has to be pin 3, doesn't it? You know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna zoom out this camera, this main one. So chat's been curious as to how I look, right? So this is how we are, sitting down. Ooh, wow, aperture. Work with me. Come on, camera. Hi, chat. One question, one answer. You love the Philippines. Despite all its flaws and imperfections, yeah, of course. What's not to like when you have a country that serves cheap and delicious food? I don't have a sleeping schedule. All right, wait. Now that that's done, let's go back to how I actually looky, which is look at me, put it down here. There. Better. Zoom in. Perfect. What nation would you want to go first and visit? New Zealand, maybe? I've seen like the preview of the world. Oh god, I'm calling countries worlds now. I've seen the preview of the country when they were showing the behind the scenes of the shooting for the Lord of the Rings films, and the place was just enchanting. The mountains, the endless green fields. Ah. A good early start, Gib, says Mecca. Yes, of course. Early for some, late for most. Goodness me, that is loud. Gabu, do you celebrate St. Patrick's Day? Asked Mystic. What's St. Patrick's Day? Is that the one with the four-leaf clover, Vesper?
Yeah. I don't have the definition off the top of my head though. I guess here in the US it's just people celebrating Irish culture or at least their Irish heritage. Meanwhile, for at least me and my parents, we're just celebrating their wedding anniversary because they got married on that day.
Ah, so it's another holiday in where. Okay, and what sets it apart from the other holidays?
I don't know. Normally, like on that day, I'd see people like making corned beef and cabbage, but I don't know.
Okay. Well, Nyla says St. Patrick's Day is celebrated annually on March 17, the anniversary of his death in the 5th century. The Irish have observed this day as a religious holiday for over 1,000 years. Right, it has the term saint in it, so obviously it's something religious. Hello, AV nerd. Frost is asking, you got a good corned beef and cabbage recipe, Vesper? Vesper, do you cook?
I
Mm-mm.
don't cook corned beef and cabbage, no. So I wouldn't be able to tell you the recipe. All I know is, at least my family will cook the cabbage in the corned beef and beer.
Cabbage and beer? That is interesting. Somebody on TikTok is saying
Interesting to say the
St.
least, yeah.
Patrick brought Christianity to Ireland. I see. Okay. Hi there, Emma. It's been a while. Well, shouldn't you be happy because Vesper's here? Hello, Kyun. T Billy. Funny, T Billy seems to be in every furry streamer's chat. I remember stumbling, sifting through Twitch because curiosity got the better of me one day. And lo and behold, I saw T Billy in a few of them. Not a fan of corned beef, I believe that for kinfolk. Oh, listen, to anybody who's not a fan of a particular food, let me just say that there are variations to it. Some say, like, I'm not a fan of like mushrooms on eggs. Wait until you try my version of the omelette, including those. Has tomatoes, a bit of bell pepper, well, ground up mustard seed, and yeah. Now, as for corned beef, we have this particular brand here called Pure Foods. It's delicious. Every other brand is all greasy and crap in comparison. I'm not a big fan. But Pure Foods, they get it right. The meat is succulent, it's very juicy. The broth is fantastic that you can make from it. The Limondo is another brand. They're supposed to be like a high class one. The only problem I have with the Limondo is one, it's expensive, and two, it's overly oily. I am certainly not going to celebrate any dish that has way too much grease or oil in it, especially when it's corned beef. I don't remember T Billy. Bad life. Okay, Mega. What are you redeeming today? Mega's asking, hi, long time listener here. So I hear talk about cabbage and I had a question. If I were a ton of them rolling towards you menacingly, what is the best thing to do? One, if you have a mouth big enough, you go. Well, anticipate them agape. Why would you want to waste perfectly good vegetables, right? Two, if your frontal orifice is not large enough to accommodate a whole head of cabbage, I suggest finding a basket. A basket so you can go collect them. Just like one would be at the end of those little bowling ball thingies in an arcade which has a score of 20, 50, and 100 in the corners. My cabbages. Oh no. Also, hold on, TikTok. I forgot one overlay I wanted to open. I was experimenting and then it seems to be working. TikTok likes having all sorts of crap on their screen. So, okay, hold on. Let's move my Discord. Let's put that up here. Right below my Monster Hunter Wilds fundraiser. Yes, chat, we have 2 days No, we have 3 days remaining for me to actually get enough for MH. Why is Monster Hunter so expensive here? The basic one is like, I think $60 or $70. And then the one with the DLCs are 100. I'm like, gosh, come on, Capcom.
It's the same here in the States.
It's like, hey. Uh-oh, what did I click? Okay, hold on.
Oop.
So I'm gonna have fun here in TikTok. I'm gonna go. What's this? Viewer ranking. What is that thing? Okay, so if I add that, show. Oh. Ah, I see. Color me curious. If I add that as a source. Okay, I see. Interesting little widget. I wish I could set up a list though. Your avatar is cute. Thanks. Okay, Mystic, you and T Billy go talk while I go fix my little overlay here. Nope, definitely not the viewer ranking. The gifts are here at the bottom end. Do I need to use the Xfinity for that? Why is this semi-transparent setting? There we go. Huh. I'm not gonna mess around with that. Let's just keep it at that. Alrighty. Continue. I'm writing this down. What are you writing down, Matthew? Alright, so AV Nerd here is redeeming more bad life advice just like Mecha. And he's asking, first time redeeming this, so please don't judge me. Anyways, what do I do when I'm flying my jet and there are two enemy jets behind me? It's simple. You gamble. You pull on the handbrake, yes, the one that stops you from moving from the speed of sound to immediately, well, ideally close to zero. And then once the two jets, fly past you, you hope and pray they crisscross and hit each other. And then, yep, totally gonna work. Wish it was that easy. It's called bad life advice for a reason. Physics, inertia, kinetic energy, momentum. You don't have time to think about these things when you're being chased out of your tail with two bogies. Alright, Matthew's redeeming some bad life advice too. Alrighty. I'm not reading that, Matthew. Nope. I am. It's too early in the morning. I specifically have a no nonsense rule.
Behave.
Mystic says, Gabu, I found another world to check out. Up to 6 can join so we can have a full party. It's just another water park thing. Greetings to you, who is in Croatia. Hello, Berkut. Alright, sure. Arcades, good morning. Not a fan of reading vocabularical garbage, chat. Matthew, you get one exemption. You do it again, I'm muting you the rest of the stream. No brain rot. Hard rule. Same goes to the rest of you, chat. Don't try me, please. Good morning, R. Oh, I'm strict all the time. But I'm extra strict when I've just woken up. Come on, Chad. Have you ever been like, just have no capacity for anything that tests your patience, right? When you're trying to boot up for the day.
I mean, Gab was witness to me booting up for the day this morning.
Is VR chat free? You know you can check Steam, right? And get your answer. Yes, it's free. Can I tease you and see how strict you can be? Of course! Just don't regret your decision later. Come on, Geb, be nice to chat. Yes. Yes, Matthew. Yes, I am. On one side, we have TikTok asking questions we can easily be answered by Googling. On the other side, we have we had a bit too much brain rot and confusion for my groggily adult brain over at Twitch. Strange, because prior to me streaming, I actually got more than 8 hours of sleep. So I wonder what could be affecting my momentum. Oh yeah, yesterday I had that blindness thing again. You know how when you're using your screen and then you can't make out what's, you slowly get these weird blind spots. It's not black. So what happened was, it was me and Vesper were playing a game, right? And it just so happened that, Vesper, I think I need to rest. So I can't see what the enemies are like doing. So I went up and lay down. I woke up, I had a migraine. It was another precursor to a migraine, that thing. I could see perfectly then, but it was doing me no favor having a slight bit of nausea and a throbbing on the head. And after that, I went back to sleep. And when I woke up, it's gone. And then, well, here we are, chat. Maybe that's a contributing factor to me being a little more abrasive than usual here on stream. Hold on, I got two notifications. What? Hold on, chat. One moment. Okay, Mecha. I just saw the artwork. So Mecha here over at my Discord drew well, remember his question about the cabbages. Yeah, that's funny. Oh my god, that's a lot of cabbage. I would take some home. I really would.
Mm-hmm. And hey, good to cook. Crackite would love it. Might as well take some home too.
Yeah. Hi there, Lincoln. Valentine, and who else? Stardust, oh. Excuse me. Anywho. Matthew says, remember that people who are watching will start asking questions about your setup and avatar like always happens. You don't want to test their patience. Yeah, right? Not this morning, Chad. In short, Chad, give me a break, okay? It's one of those days. Definitely one of those days. Where the temperature just isn't right. I'm hungry, but I'm not. Uh, mm, yeah. Hmm. Good morning, Asher. Nakanai. That is a surname of one of my friends. Did you try to take some medicine? No, I took some naproxen. It's the painkiller that lasts, well, for 12 hours. Did its job. Sure didn't curb the crankiness that you're experiencing right now, though. But I'm trying my best to keep that in check. My school starts in 20 minutes, says I'll, I'll read your name as Peppermint. Well, what are you doing watching some guy on TikTok streaming? Go ahead, prepare for school. Double check if you have your water bottle, you have your IDs, you have your homework packed up. I didn't realize you were that exhausted. What? I'm sorry, I got cut off by Vesper. What is it, Vesper?
I was saying, gosh, yeah, most definitely do not forget anything because I'd get in trouble so often for forgetting schoolwork. Also, I'm so sorry for interrupting. I did not mean to.
Sure. Let's try rebuilding the momentum. Which got thrown out of the window. Hayden, thank you for the roses. I finally got to tune in to my favorite streamer. There's a guy named Lamborghini. Alright, let me do the reverse AI check. What is 7 times 2? Plus 1. There we go. We have most of TikTok chat jumping right into the correct answer.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew has a question mark. You're unsure about it. Oh my. Hello, Neon. Good morning.
Oh no.
There we have it. Yep. even wrote the equation down. Well, congratulations. Yep, it is 15, chat. You got that right. Gab, you have a lot of object fans. When you say object, are you pertaining to the ones who are fans of particular vehicles and whatnot? We saw the video clip on Discord, pretty red. Did you visit the Scarlet King? I wouldn't call that big ol' eye over the horizon the Scarlet King. Nah, the Scarlet King would be way more scarier. And good morning to you, Madam Halimuyak. Now, if it isn't Jackie Painter, it's one of my regulars. Magandang umaga sa iyo. Mystic's asking, do you have any festivals? If so, do you go and do you have any favorites? Festivals? There are a lot of festivals in this country. But the ones that I attend, excluding like, well, obviously international ones like Christmas and New Year. I don't attend things, period. I don't go to cons. I don't attend festivals. I think by now you can tell, Chad, I'm not really an outgoing guy. The only time I really go out is I'm still with myself. Well, and my bike. I'm not a big fan of crowded places, guys. And festivals are anything but a place of solitude. We have one particular festival here in the Philippines. It's called the San Juan Festival, I think. It's a city. So what happens is during that day, everybody goes out in the streets and everybody goes in their balconies. They get a bucket of water, a garden hose, a pressure washer, anything, even the firemen go join in. They park their little fire trucks, they get the hose. You know what they do? They wet everything and everybody, even travelers going through the city, and I hate it. So here I am, just going on my bike, just traveling. Oh no, I'm going to San Juan on this particular day of the year. They will on purpose do their best to drench you, regardless of what you're wearing, what your situation is. They need to not do that anymore. I'm a bit tired. Let's just say I took a step to build my future. I guess we'll find out if it's a boy or a girl soon enough, huh? Is one conclusion, but there are multiple ones. AV Nerd says, thank God there isn't here in the Czech Republic. I know it's it sucks. It's terrible. Hi there, Riva. The fastest way to take someone on. Oh, look, I've been getting videos of it, and like the are complaining, like, "Hey, I'm heading to work. Why did you do that? My phone is wet, my bag is wet, my uniform is wet." And the locals are just like, but it's the festival, blah blah. Inconsiderate. That's what I call it. Oh, so Dakota sent 2 biddies. Thanks, Dakota. The water pouring was actually a tradition in Hungary too at Easter. Nah. It's a miracle no one has died yet during that god-forsaken festival. It's either they need to cordon off that damn city when that happens, or they just don't do it, period. At one festival in Spain where people do a tomato war, says Arcade. That actually looks kind of fun. I don't think I'll be a fan of the rampaging bull with its horns exposed, but the tomatoes, yeah, sure. Why not? Get some lycopene thrown over your face. Yes, Vesper?
Wasn't saying anything. Going to say anything. Just paying attention.
Okay, you just
Sorry.
look cute. Look at Vesper chat. She's trying her best to look cute. Oh my. Oh, what's up in my throat? I think I need to drink some water. One moment, chat. Go adore Vesper while I go drink some liquids. Where did it go? There's my water bottle. Yeah. There we go. I didn't know Vesper was there, says Berkud. Hi, Vesper.
Uh-huh.
There we go. Okay. Cinnamon Bun, how was your day? Asks Mystic.
Pretty good, actually. I didn't have to wait to get home to eat lunch, actually, because my school was giving out some free pizza. Because they opened, what was it, a writing lounge or something? So those with, like, English majors and all that, or say you're taking an English class, you could just go there for a quiet spot to just sit there and write. Ask for help if need be. But yeah, got some free pizza.
There you have it, chat. Free pizza. Free pizza for Vesper. Oh, Monster Hunter Wild says Deathwing. Yes, I am very much anticipating the game. Pricey one at that. Super fun though. I played the beta, the first one and the second one. The second one, I was graced with the company of both my friends. We had Wolfie and then I had Vesper. It was surprisingly well considering I'm from the Philippines, Southeast Asia. And then Wolfie is from Germany. Vesper's from America. I didn't see any network issues. Jackie Painter says, whoa, free pizza. That's really good. I hope it was delicious at least. When have I ever tasted not delicious pizza? I think it's when the breading was like 90% of the damn thing. You know what I'm talking about? It's just all bread, all crust.
Yeah. All crust, no sauce, no cheese, just.
Precisely. No. It's terrible. Oh, sure, Mystic. I'll see you later. We'll just be here. Where am I from? I'm from the Philippines, Southeast Asia. Berkut says, oh yeah, pretty sure I'm gonna buy since I already have 60 euros off. And what pizza costs 60 euros? What? Aside from that enormous, like, okay, hold on. Is that like a 60 euro coupon you can use in your local pizzeria? Not much is going on, Caleb. Engie. Engie, or Engie? Thank you, Tino. Appreciate it. Engie. Engie. How do you... You know, I'll call you E. There we have it. I would love to try a 60 euro pizza. I think a 60 euro pizza would be something from like Sbarro. Ever heard of that place? Sbarro serves deep dish pizzas, as they call it. It's a pizza, but more like a pie. You see, normal pizzas are roughly just as thick as like my palm. Sbarro goes up like this. It's a couple of inches thick. It's delicious. It has one slice is enough. And that's coming from a guy who eats a lot. I like my foods, Chad. Hey there, Balint. Oh, I was talking about Monster Hunter. Where did you get the coupon, Berkut? Heck, I wish I could get a discount. AV Nerd says there was a pizza in Prague that costs 250 euros. Pray tell, what ingredients were used? I mean, I understand if it was like black truffle pizzas with like caviar and smoked salmon. Oh, that sounds so good. With a bit of cream cheese. Why would you mention something on stream and then say it's a ask about it? Bread is eating bread. Mm. Oh gosh, chat. You not getting the password will never not be entertaining. Yes, I'm talking about you guys trying to join the Discord. Some are able to go solve it within, well, the first 30 seconds of them joining the server. I have a bunch here haven't been able to solve it for days, with daily attempts being done. The most expensive pizza I've ever seen doesn't even reach $40. How? To be fair, there are those really bougie pizza places that charge ridiculous amounts just for something tasting marginally better. Oh, we don't use regular caviar. We use the Alaskan caviar, which is like 800% more expensive. Come here in Italy. Pizza's awesome. Oh, you're probably not gonna like me because I love pineapple on pizza. I love Hawaiian. I guess because the local restaurants here serve Hawaiian properly. Unlike how I don't get it. People in America says it's bad. Have you ever actually eaten a slice? It's nice. It has ham, which is a bit salty, and it has the umami in it. It has the pineapple, the sweetness, the crunch, counterbalance the saltiness. It's delicious. You know, I don't understand nations gatekeeping recipes or foods. If the food is delicious to an individual and it fills their belly, isn't that all that should matter? Why criticize what a man puts in his mouth when he is starving? Here's the funny thing, chat. I believe you can ask any Filipino out there, and they would agree that Hawaiian pizza is actually delicious. I guess we grew up around it. It was very common to get it during parties. You get Hawaiian pizza, a slice of it, a bit of lasagna, and then some garlic bread on the side. Delicious. And then some people they go the extra mile. They add tomato ketchup on their pizza and hot sauce. I mean, every pizza place here gives you a packet of it when they ship you the box. Me, I like it simple. I just get my pepper grinder and then grind some extra pepper on it. I'm not sure I have met a particular type of pizza that I don't like. I've eaten the anchovy pizza. I've had the Spanish cream pizza. And then there's the usual, the manager's choice, and the all meat, the all veggies, the 7 cheese pizzas, and the pepperoni ones. They're all good. They're essentially just bread with toppings on them.
Yeah, pretty much.
And that's the beauty of like a sandwich, right? It's versatility. You can cater the sandwich to whatever you want.
Sweet,
You want some
savory. I mean, hey, they got it.
precisely. Oh my, are we gonna have a third guest this morning? All right. Mecha wishes to join, and of course, I'm gonna let him in.
Yeah, that guy's the sweetest. Why not?
That's true. Chat, we're gonna have a third guest. He's shown up on my streams before. He's also one of the guys who redeemed the bad life advice earlier. Pickled Pete's. Okay, that I haven't tried, and I'm not sure that's exactly appealing, but you know what? I can't judge it till I try it.
I mean, some people put dill on pizza, so it probably shouldn't be too different other than, well, pickle.
True. Yes, chat, Mechatronic Dragon should be here shortly. You know what doesn't get old? A clubhouse sandwich. I think a clubhouse sandwich is an attempt at like solving everything at once in a sandwich. Because you have your tuna spread, you have your scrambled egg, you have your sandwich spread or mayonnaise, and then you have your ham and a bit of veggies. You bite into it, it's a bit hard because of how tall and stacked it is. It's actually delicious. I'll see you around, Maxi. Thanks for dropping by. No, Berkut, no.
Leave the boop man be.
Go finish your drawing. Go ahead, I bet that friend of yours will be happy.
Oh, crikey, Australian internet, let's go.
There we go, Australian internet has allowed the Mechatronic.
Where am I going?
To the right, Mecha, just straight towards the hallway.
Here, hi. Everything's loading a little bit, there we go, okay. My brain is loading a little bit too.
Go. Puti.
Oh, it was just, I didn't realize you were still streaming. Oh, sorry.
Go sit. I already told chat that you're showing up, and they are anticipating you. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Where was my actual seat? Let me line myself up a bit here.
All right, chat. Let us go.
Yep.
Time.
That's the seat.
That's the
All right.
Vesper cow, and then this is the.
Hello. Greetings. Oh my gosh. Ow.
Oh.
So what's happening?
What?
What's happening? And
Not
also, hello,
much.
Chat.
Yep. Hold on. Let's get the camera on you. That one. Okay. So behavior. Look at me, flying. There we go. We have our Australian Nova robot.
Oh, hi. I was this for optimization when in those when there's lots of players, you want to have an avatar that's slightly optimized. So.
Oh, trust me, it doesn't matter what avatar you use around me, Megan. So be in whatever form you find most comfortable, but
There we go. That's a bit better.
there you go.
Ah.
So yes, as you can see, Mega here is my friend from Australia. Part of the small circle of friends I actually hang out with. Yeah, again, to those that just joined the stream, hi, I'm Gebus. This is me. This is Vesper, my companion and assistant. And we have Mecha, who he himself also streams on Twitch. He does a whole lot of drawings and everything, and he dances a lot in VR chat. He's part of the dance crew.
Oh, cheers.
Yeah.
Good fun. But yes, lots of, as you saw before, silly squiggles.
That's true. He's like been going at it for years. He has like 1,000+ drawings, if I remember correctly. I love the Australian Nova robot. Says Engie. Engie. Oh god, I forgot how to pronounce your name. I call you E, right? Raindrop. What's the Twitch? Alright. Mecha, do you want to give a plug onto what your channel is?
No, I feel bad. This is a gift. No, this is a gift. This is 5-minute gift. Eventually, if you keep passing by,
It's
I
fine.
might mention it. No, so it's top secret for now. So no, it's fine. Just follow.
I'm gonna alt tab right now. I'm gonna look at your channel.
I'm just passing by. But no, I hope you're all doing well out there, chat. And remember, you're all breathtaking.
Chat.
Just because you're passing by this one.
Just look for his name. Should be the same. I hope more people go your way. Yeah, we're doing okay. How am I gonna fit all of us in this
Excellent.
thing? Wait.
Hang on, I can easily do that. So if I
No.
reposition myself half down on the table. No, don't worry,
you don't need to go.
We've got
You're
the
good, you're
environment.
good.
Use the environment, okay? Here, if I
The
just
ca-
kind
the-
of sit on the floor over here, it's fine. Don't
the
worry, you
camera was
relax, I
already
can shuffle around. Where's my floor? There we go. Ugh. Job done.
Alright. Guess I have to do the camera again.
Ah! I was trying to. But no.
Wait. Sorry, chat. A bit of a hiccup. There we go. Okay, now how do I make this fit
That
for
way, we
TikTok's
also
aspect
visible, I
ratio?
think.
Partially visible, yes.
Oh.
Hold on.
Wait, I just realized between Twitch and TikTok, you could communicate with them both and help them communicate. So you could have like a huge community chat. So if like someone on
It's against TOS.
Twitch wanted
I
to say
cannot.
hi-
I can't let
Oh.
Twitch see TikTok chat and vice versa. I can stream to both platforms, but having them cross talk is
I see.
gonna get me bonked. Yeah.
Understandable. But regardless. This is
I really miss
cool.
Mecha. He's such a good vibe. Yes, he is.
You're breathtaking.
Mecha, move 4 feet forward. So you're in between that small table and then this thimble looking thing.
Okay.
Yep,
hang on, let me-
yep. Scoot forward, Come on. There we go. Now we can set the
There you
angle a bit
go.
better.
This way. Okay. Excellent.
I hope. Oh my god, we have to go widescreen for this. There we go. Perfect. This is better. It's the best I can do, chat.
Excellent.
So yes. Anyway, where were we? But didn't you have any plans to do today? Or you up so early?
Yeah, I got a few things.
It's like 10 a.m. your
I thought
time.
I'd get up and make myself all sorted and stuff like that, and then realize it took a while for the brain to come online as well. So,
Oh, I know how that feels.
Yeah, that's why the question about the cabbage. I heard you all talking about cabbages, so I thought, well, that was kind of funny. Let's roll with it for a second. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm easily distracted, and I thought that was a teacup. But yes, it looks like it's a cube thing.
Chat thought it was
That's not a
teacup
cube; it's a
too, but I
cylinder.
think
See,
it's-
I'm kind of just waking up. I'm sorry. Do go.
The pressure before
Whatever.
cameras starting to mount on our friend. Don't worry, Mega. There's like what 80-something people. You're fine.
That's a lot of people.
That's fine. That's just fine. You're okay.
No, it
Oh, it
is
could
all
be
good.
so much
I'll
worse. Don't worry.
Mhm.
Good heavens. Just imagine like trying to do a public speech in like one of those old auditoriums or something like that, in front of thousands of people, and then just like the camera focuses on, the lights go ka-chunk, and they aim at you, and you've got your little speech, and then you realize you actually dropped the piece of paper as you're walking on stage, and it's blank. What do you do? You wing it, of course. You do what you can.
You wing
But,
it. You wing it.
The set of panic would probably be there. But no.
Berkut
So I feel like
is
I'm
asking if somebody already asked in the other stream with Mecha, but what is Mecha? Is he another Nova? I think that's an answer. Best
Oh.
answer by you.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, this is a Nova Beast, but I tried to make every little character I run around as robotic, because the whole mechatronic robotics type of stuff.
He's an engineer,
And
chat.
It's good fun. Yeah, actually, mechatronics is the stream of engineering I went with. It's a combination of electrical and mechanical. But it was a while ago, but the memories are still there. But yeah,
He's
good fun.
smart.
So there's lots of different mechatronic gremlins, I guess you could say, running around, so to speak. Just different critters that I thought were cool and made me own little take of them. But yeah, lots of cool makers and out there, and they make all sorts of cool things, and then you can have a go, and you never know what you come up with. But yeah.
Mm. Mechatronic Dragon game. Look, I'm
Chat
bolting up
going
too.
out there, crikey!
All right, chat. It looks like our Australian friend here is asking how everybody is. So, let's start with what time is it over your place and what are you currently doing? Like, what are you doing that enables you to be able to see the stream, chat? Color me curious.
Yeah.
Are you cooking food with your phone by your side? Are you driving with your little fancy dash cam on your car showing this? What?
Or maybe you're barbecuing or gardening outside, trying to dodge spiders and snakes out there. You know, the usual.
That's the usual in Australia, Mecca.
Oh.
And good morning, Wolfie. Finally showing up.
Hi,
Greetings. Also, hello, Lex. Yeah, the two Germans in chat. All right, now let's peruse through chat's answer. Angie says it's currently 20 minutes past midnight. So for Ivan Capin, and he's doing nothing. No, you're not doing nothing. You're doing something. You're watching the stream.
There's always something.
There's always something to do, chat. 20 past midnight for Nilo, and I'm doing something on your Discord, and then Arcady says, just watching, procrastinating, doing chores at home. Wolfie, weren't you in VR chat? Just recently. I think you are. Hold on, let me open my menu. Yep.
So that's why you switched the cam over to me, huh?
Yes. I thought you were alone. Nah, I'm never truly alone, chat.
No.
It's just
You're
a
just
matter
hanging
of
out.
proximity between me and my friends. Sometimes they're far away, sometimes they're not. But am I alone? No. Great way at
And
looking at
sometimes
things,
you might be
right?
half in the garden, digging
Mhm.
up half the garden to fix something. But yeah.
What is this, Nilo? Any regular stream topic? Mm-mm. Cabbage. Say, yes. My God,
Oh, you're
it's
not-
Cabbage.
if- yeah, chat. If you're in my Discord, look at the memes channel. That's so fun. I'm gonna pin that.
No,
What's
crikey.
this? Matt says,
If
"Boss,
everybody
I
like
did
passes
it."
by there, I'm gonna have to like.
Don't worry about it, Matthew. It's just a typical case of the mornings for me. Not your fault. Does anyone know Mecha's Twitch? Having trouble finding it. Alrighty, so we're gonna open Firefox.
They're still asking. It's the same name if you want to know.
Yes, check. Come on, Mech. Give
uh,
him the channel name. Spare me the trouble.
Crikey, it's just Mechatronic Dragon. If you search that up, you'll see a little character that looks similar. Might look like a Naga Kuga. That was what I would run around to get as well occasionally.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also a space chicken on there too. So again, a few different critters run around with. But yeah, I do squiggles there, just for a laugh, really. There are
For
so
a
many
laugh.
talented individuals and artists that I try to have a bit of fun with what I do.
Listen, if anything, Mecha's art is absolutely charming. He's got the squiggles that I would always endorse. That's what I can
Aw,
say.
Crikey.
It's the charm that got me.
The silly squiggle.
Yeah.
Crikey, if everybody keeps talking about cabbage, I'm gonna have to try and draw like every single gremlin in your chat at some point just for laughs. Keep a tally of how many people are in chat.
They're
I'll
all
try and
just
add-
cabbages with faces, yeah.
Just let me know at the end of the stream roughly how many people pass by both
Yeah,
Twitch and TikTok, the numbers, and I'll try to add in one little gremlin for everyone that passed by in the power cabbage. Challenge accepted.
Yes. Funny thing is, each time you drop by Mecha stream, you will inadvertently end up on the canvas with whatever piece he's doing. Like whenever
You
me
get
and
to be
Vesper
part of
say
the
hi,
world.
yeah, we end up doing something. So yeah,
Yeah. But besides all that shenanigan, so Gib,
yeah.
have you awoken or still again?
Let's just say your presence has definitely bumped up the wakey factor that I have.
Let's go. Okay.
I'm thirsty though. What the heck?
Come on,
Where's
Beth.
my
High
water?
five. Let's go. We got this.
That was my water bottle, but yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm off to drink
No
too.
worries. Accurate mecha sounds. Yay.
Mm.
I mean, it's a metal
Good.
water bottle. Just
Okay.
Makes me wonder, can Mega hydrate? I've never seen him drink water. Not in,
that's
in the year of friendship that we've had.
concerning.
I've never seen him drink water even once, chat.
That is a valid point and
Oh.
comedically hilarious.
He needs a drink.
Huh. Huh. Yeah, no,
Drink
I've
some
got
water,
the
please.
hydration behind me. Where did it spin? I had water behind me. I'll refill it eventually. But yeah, be sure to hydrate. Whether you're relaxing or dancing, very important. Last thing you want to do is be dehydrated. Not fun. So yes.
Oh, definitely. Headaches and more creep up on you if you're dehydrated.
Oh, especially if you're doing work and homework and stuff like that. It can just
Mhm.
bite you without realizing it. So be sure to have a water bottle nearby.
Precisely.
Also,
Also
sorry for interrupting.
reduces the amount of
No,
acne
no,
you
you're
get in
good.
some cases. So yes, of course, drink your water.
Yes. Look,
Yeah.
chat loves you, Mecha. See, AV Nerd over at Twitch says, I love Mecha's energy
You're
so much. I
breathtaking.
can't.
You.
All right, chat. Mayos, can you do me a favor and type 1? Yes, that goes to TikTok and Twitch. If you like my Australian friend over here showing up more often, you could maybe make an effort to do so.
Me?
He likes to,
I mean,
just like Tom Bombadil,
sure.
he shows up and then vanishes. Just on a whim. All right.
I exist.
Yep.
Yes, indeed, you do.
All
I think
right.
I do, unless maybe I'm just an NPC and everybody's the main characters. Oh no. But yes, regardless, don't worry about the details.
Scooby, Raindrop, Neon, Stardusto, Nacre, and Jackie over at
Good
TikTokers,
heavens.
all saying a resounding 1. Jackie even says absolutely
Oh.
1. He's very cute. Over at Twitch, you have Birkut, AV
Oh, that's
Nerd,
very
Nilo, Electro, Vesper. I see what you've done, Vesper. Arcades, and more saying 1 as well. It seems like the fans love
Oh,
you,
wow.
chat. I mean,
Crikey.
chat, sorry. Mecha.
Oh, but yeah, no. That's very awesome. Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say besides. No, I won't say you're breathtaking again because you already know that. You're actually
Cute.
awesome, everyone. So there you go. But yes, I should probably go get some cooking and all that sorted on my end. And
Go
I
do
just
the
kinda
things you
wanna pass
need.
by and
Yeah,
say
of
hi.
course, of course. We can hang out after stream if you want to. Be done in like an hour or so.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Also, exercise class potentially. Yes, I won't break my leg this time.
Mhm. Right.
Not break your
Make sure to
leg.
be safe when doing your exercises, everybody. Don't overdo it. And I
Yep.
think I'll show myself out. This is a.
Bye, Mecha. See you around.
Bye. Oh, but is this the door? No, this is the way. Okay, bye.
And there goes Mecha, chat.
Oh, this is the way out. This is the way out.
You're really showing your Australianity, mate. Yeah. So, that was my friend, Mecha. Let's go put the camera back. There we go. Fun little bit having guests over at stream, isn't it? There we go. Hold on. I can't get this camera right. Let him say nar next time. I will. I'm gonna tell him to say all the usual Australian tropes that there are. Why did he leave? Chat,
Yes.
Mechatronic Dragon had to leave because he had some cooking to do. He's very much a family-oriented man. He's a good guy. He takes care of his mom, his dad, and the rest of the fam. Never neglects his responsibilities to his loved ones. Which is good. The thing is, he neglects himself. He's injured and he's been dancing. And Mystic, if you're watching, you need to knock some sense into him. Right, Ves?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, gotta knock a bit of sense into him because
Ugh, that guy.
he's a help. Okay, to say the least.
An interesting question by Arcades. How did you meet Mecha and how did the friendship grow? So around 1 year ago, in this thing called Soaring Fitness, right? It's where a bunch of us VR goers like work out. I just happened upon a fellow Nova Beast on my left. He wasn't talking and everything too, and so was I because I was a bit of an introvert, more so than I am right now. And yeah, 2 sessions later, which is like a week later, the first exchange we had was, I think you look cool, and so do you. And like, and then after that, we started talking more. And then you know what? You know how like friendships between bros just form. There's very little words involved, and you just click. And then we ended up being gym buddies, and like to this day. And then we hanged out more. We started chatting and such. Yeah. Hmm. It was the lady over there. That is Vesper, my companion. Lovely, isn't she?
Are there?
Come on, Vesper. Go great chat.
Hello there, chat. Well, as Gab mentioned, I'm Vesper. I'm a mod over at Twitch and over on TikTok, so please behave.
Okay. There you have it, chat. Ain't she lovely? Yes, ma'am, says Neon. Guys, Neon here at TikTok has been a friend of mine for almost a year now, too. He doesn't play VR chat with a headset, though. He visited using his phone. But he is an exceptionally talented artist and also a solo dev creating his own visual novel. Okay, I'll check it out. It's really cool. It's furry themed. And also, you need to check out his art on Twitter. His commissions are open. They're super cheap. They're like, what, $25? Yeah, works very fast too. Gets it done in a day. He's done a lot of fan art for me. Like, a lot, a lot. Go to my Twitter. You're going to see some of my retweets are like from him. So, yeah. What's that? Neon J Arts? I forgot. Neon, you can type your link. It's okay. Hello, Wawa. It's been a long time. Welcome back. I don't know about that, Berkut. Well, congratulations on getting your VR. Where did Wolfie go? There were so many people. Hold on, let me DM him. Oh, you're still there. Good. Okay, I need the break from talking. Like, give me like 2 minutes. And you know what's perfect to do during that 2 minute time span? Fidgeting with the coin. Thank you, Matthew.
A good way to end the night, and also a way to apologize for the Discord media. You always bring the good vibes. Always think to be part your investigation team.
Oh, Matthew, you know I love you too, right? You're always welcome here on stream. Whether I'm grouchy or not. You have a good night too, okay? Sorry I started a bit late. I overslept again. Yes, Wolfie was correct. Along with Joe. No, it was Axiom who said it. I was in VC with Joe and Axiom earlier, and they said, yeah, see you in 10 hours game. Ha! It only was 5 hours, not 10. A little one should be fine. What are you talking? Ah. Wolfie, are you saying you want to have a little wager? Okay. Hi there, Lighty Fox. Welcome to Twitch, where the view is wide and the frames are high. Now we await the reply. And good luck to you, Neon, who's gonna start this quizzes. I'm sure you got this. You're almost at 30k, says Braydon. Am I? Gosh. Well, I wouldn't have gotten here if it weren't for you guys. A year to get to 30k on TikTok. I consider that really, really, really fast for like a nobody like me. So yeah. Hi there, Blue. Is there lore behind the coin? A story that has yet to be told, that's for sure. But all you gotta know is the custom-made one. I've got a bunch of them. It has two sides, chat. My coin has paws, as you can see. And heads on the other side. Now, commonly, the trend is the coin has always been landing on heads, which is the side that I choose whenever there's a wager. My number one player would be Psycho Wolfie over here. Now, some of my other friends also participate in my little game. There's Mystical Aurora. I think one time Vesper even participated. Also, what was Matthew talking about in the media channel? hold, hold on, chat. I can see Matthew Sunseeker typing something out. I wonder what it is. Yeah, you keep the good vibes, and that's what I'm here for. Of course! My content will stay true all throughout. Oh gosh, there we go. Wolfie with the popcorn emote. Chat, do you know what time it is? It's time for the long-awaited wager. It's been a while. Alright, chat. I wonder what side... Hold on, we have a spammer in chat. What the heck? There we go. Sorry about that. Let's see which side Wolfie favors. Wolfie, is it gonna be the same? Are you going to stay strong and loyal to the side of paws? Or are you perchance going to take a stab at heads? I did a test flip earlier and it equally just landed on heads and tails. What did Wolfie say? Pause, please, and thank you. Okay. Chat, come join me in our little game. So, which side do you think the coin's gonna land on? Heads or paws? Type it out. Maybe you might get a prize if the vast majority chooses the winning side. So Wolfie has chosen paws, which leaves me with heads, as always. Yes, Matthew, what's up? Before anything else, pick a side of the coin. Lone Wolf, Billy Stan are going for heads. Heads for Matthew. Alright, so vast majority is going for heads. It's statistics, I'll say heads. So you know about the little ratio me and Wolfie have going, huh? I think it will land on paws, says Baba and Ivan. That's 2 versus a lot. And Vesper saying the history of how she participated in the wagers before. Berkut is going for heads. Okay. Wow. Wow. Alright, come on. Tails for Mecha. Okay. Pause, 10% win. What? If it isn't Mio, Mio also absolutely
B.
loves participating in the wagers because he always wins, right, Mio? Also, thank you for the resubscription. 9 months, gosh, what do you know? Okay, so we have like a 90 to 10% ratio of picking heads versus paws, which actually aligns. Heads wins like 90% of the time, and paws sometimes does slip by with the victory with 10%. So, without further delay, how about we go play our game, shall we? Are you ready? Alright, and so we flip. Okay, chat, tell me what side do you think the coin landed on today? Come on, I'm trying my best to have a poker face. Either the disappointment of a loss or the smirk of victory. Am I doing a good job at it? I'm doing a terrible job at it, ain't I? No, that crap that gave it away. Okay, everybody that voted for the vast majority, that is heads. Well, unfortunately, it landed on heads again. For those that voted, better luck next time. What do you know? I'm gonna go sleep now. I'm sorry if your coin didn't win. Also, Jazz, thank you. Oh gosh, chat. Maybe next time I need to get the dice. A 1 out of 6 chance for winning for both of us. You know, that would be funny actually, a dice camera. Like, no, never mind. It's gonna look terrible. Imagine if I have a dice. Alright, chat. Choose 1 to 6. And so it's time to roll. It does not look like emotion that is TOS at all. Can you imagine? So, any of you want to play a game of dice? And then I throw the dice. Wolfie, thank you so much for being a sport. It would also be loaded dice. It always just lands on like 6 or like 5. Man, because of the reflection of the light, I thought it was paws. Maybe I need to rework the details on the coin, huh? It is rather hard to see, isn't it? I remember Wolfie here having like mathematics for the statistics of his, well, the result of his coin. Coin pickings. Wolfie, do you have your notepad ready? What is the percentage? I'm curious. If you don't have it, it's perfectly okay though. While you're doing that, how about we go tempt Mio? Mio, I know you're there. Don't you want to play a game with good old Gam? Come on. See, look, those are such good odds. 8 to 10%. That basically guarantees you a win, Mio. What's the worst that could happen, right? Thank you, Indra. What's this? Shouldn't the distribution be 50-50? Here's the thing, Nilo. During the earlier part of the wagers, when there wasn't a whole lot of flips, I was actually very much on the losing side, especially versus Mio. I remember losing 5 times in a row in one particular wager, I think sometime last year. It was terrible. The chat made me do all sorts of things. From ara-aras to saying the forbidden MEOW word and making me say funny stuff while the camera so zoomed in intimately this way. And much more. So yeah. Oh, what's this? Let's try 10% pause. Oh, is Mio actually going to bite and play a game with me? Are you? Gab, you said... You know what? I'll toss that in for free. What Matthew said. If you didn't hear what I just said, well, sucks be you. Starts with an A, ends with an A. That's the word I just said. Ten times. Oh, see, I lost 10 times. Anna. I'm okay, Murdakos. Hello, Lotus. The M word is close. 82k. Are you actually saving up for me to say it? Oh no. I'll stay around, Baba. Whoa. Mia's trying to escape. Mia, you expressed interest in challenging the coin. Is this true? Hi, are you okay? I'm okay, Bella. And good morning to you, Sia and Velvet. Yes, I do save up. Okay. Speaking of saving up. It's the 26th of Feb. Do I have something big for the end of the month? Oh yeah, the thing I was working on. I'm not gonna spoil it. You're gonna see it eventually. Okay, come on, Gabby, flip the fluffy coin. Heads or paws, Mia? Which side do you think is gonna win today? You know what? Let's do a test flip before you choose. So we're gonna flip. And as you could clearly see, it has landed yet again on... No, you cannot clearly see it. It landed on heads. Alright, now you can pick your side. Heads or paws? Good night, Matthew. Go to bed. Hello, Coca. Yes, it's my lucky/unlucky coin. Pause. Let's go. My gosh, challenging statistics, huh? Is it the danger of betting on the side that is, well, not winning that makes the wager all the more thrilling? That actually sounded like poetry. Are you sure? Pause. I'm gonna lock it in. No, you're not sure, but let's try. And so, we're gonna another wager, chat. The second one of the night. So, pick your side, chat. Heads or paws? What you think will the coin land on? Come on, I'll give you 10 seconds, chat. Pause for Nilo. Heads for Ivan. Pause for Berkut. Wow. Most of the chat is siding with Mio tonight. I wonder if fortune will favor him. Or maybe it'll make me win. Who knows? It's a 50-50 chance after all. Pause for Arcades. Look at this. I think with each person saying pause, the system adds like a plus 1% bonus luck modifier to Mio's chance of winning. Everybody is choosing pause. Surprising. Okay. And okay, that's enough. Let's lock it in. Without further ado. And so we flip. Just like ripping a band-aid off, sometimes you gotta go quick and painless. Because it landed on heads. Yes, chat. There you go. In case you haven't seen it, this is heads. Let's see if we can get a good zoom in. So that's my side profile. So that's my ears on the side facing my thumb, and that's my snout facing my middle finger. Let's go with pause. Let's see how that looks. This is pause. Wow, lucky. Self-explanatory. So yes. Thank you for to play the game, chat. I am very much honored to have you participate as always. Truly, truly a delight to have you guys here. I wouldn't make a good gambler, as he says Arcades. Hey, we have to at least try 10 times, right? Maths. It's in the maths. I need the magic trick, please. Do you want to see my stream disappear? As quickly as Mio came, so quickly goes by. Mio, you can always choose to pass on the wagers next time, I'm sure I'm gonna love you a whole lot less, but that's understandable. Thank you, Mio.
Well, hit us again. Tell me something new.
When you put the goggles on, you know what? I'm feeling generous, fine. If I can grab it, it's so... There we go. Normally, Nova Bees look cute, but while you laughed, you had the predatory glance with how much teeth you showed. Look. As you can tell, I'm one of those Nova Bees that actually look realistic on camera compared to others. I didn't know you could grab it. I can grab a whole lot of stuff. I can grab my ears, I can grab my fluff, I can fiddle with my little thing. My tie. What's this? Nah, Mio is a man of his word. He very much is. I wonder. Should we give me a consolation prize? Hmm. Just peeking over at the edge of the screen. Should be more than enough. Play the piano on it. Do a deer, a female deer. Do you have face tracking? Yes. Yes, I do. Hello, Moya. Gab, wash your hands after touching your paws. You see. Oh, you clearly do not see the sanitizing spray that's behind this vase, do you? Meeny, miny, many, mo. Isn't that how you say it? Have you watched any anime? Oh, of course. Mia says I only came for a moment, Gabby. I have to go to sleep because I have work tomorrow. Right? I'm streaming late, aren't I? My apologies again for not being able to fulfill my promise of being live during the usual, which is 2:30 a.m. my time. I went live like 6. Oh, why is my nose itchy? Is it the weather? So it's been raining as of late, chat, and I have a bit of the sniffles. But yeah, Mio, thank you for putting a smile on my face by showing up. It's always nice knowing my regulars still drop by every now and then. Not a lot of that anymore. No worry, I've come to terms that people, they come and go. Milan is asking, may I ask what got you into VR avatars? It's cool, it's fantastic. Geb, stop. Well, I definitely won't stop being hopeful. That's why. That's why I try to enjoy every single fleeting second of the company offered by friend. You know, you never know when they're gone. Just like leaves blowing by the wind, you know. They'll leave your field of vision in the blink of an eye. Anywho, I didn't realize I've been playing the same song on loop. Let's go with the usual. Ah. Are you bilinguish? That is the first time I have encountered that term. Do you like Años Voldigod? Isn't it Voldigrad? I think I remember watching that. I am a big fan of isekai after all, so... Mia says, why do I feel bad now that you gotta leave? Don't feel bad. We all have our own adventures and journeys to head to. Eventually, we will come at the fork in the road, and you have to go left. And right. Good night, Mia. Go rest. I'll see you when I see you. Thanks for dropping by. See ya, Mia. Grim Knight's asking, did anything interesting happen in your investigation? Pray tell, what was I investigating? Oh, right. Actually, now that I think about it, let's just say I discovered a whole bunch of things that I will bring to light to chat eventually. Saw at the store again, you left $2 and change. Oh, I see. So that's where most of my coins went, huh? What's this? Would you rather have a time machine or a spaceship? Look, we already have spaceships right now. A time machine? No. Can you imagine the things an individual can do once he wields the power of time within the palm of his hands? He could leave an oracle in the dust by traveling into the future instead of just foreseeing it. He could go revisit history, or even worse, revise it. Time is, I believe, something no one individual should meddle with. The implications, the repercussions, everything is interconnected after all. It's a dangerous power to toy with. Even more so in the hands of somebody untrained and disciplined. And worst of all, somebody ambitious. Let's simplify the question. Geb, would you go back in time if you were given the chance to rectify any of the regrets that you have? No. No, I won't. Because I wouldn't be the person I am right now. I wouldn't be with the people I am with right now if I changed even a single strand of hair by going back to yesterday. Your story would be completely different. The narrative would change. Who you are now is definitely not who you are now. Hello, Talia. Arcady says a bifurcation is scary. And what if it's the last time with the people I know? It's a common fear I have. Precisely. That's true. You would have to perfectly replicate the conditions down to like atomic arrangement, right, Matthew? Every footstep you've taken, every breath has to be equally measured and replicated perfectly for even a chance to things being how they are supposed to be. But hmm, would you rather change the world or stay in this? Ah, now we're asking something more grand. Oh, I would definitely change the world. What would you change? I would make us an ageless, hungerless race. A lot of wars, pettiness in this world can be eliminated when the fear of death, the fear of scarcity of resources gets eliminated. We would work unified towards more important things: philosophy, exploration, the betterment of a species as a whole, while all the same retaining our individuality. The less we have to fight for, the less things we have to scramble over, the better our world will be. If you were alone on the earth for 30 minutes, what would you do? Nothing. Maybe yell, see how far my voice will travel. Arcades is talking about the theory of relativity. Hmm. How am I? Pretty parched, actually. I should probably go drink again. I wonder where Vesper is. He's taking longer than usual to come back. Would you let animals disappear or humans? That's the funny thing, aren't we animals as well? We are part of the food chain after all. I would let humans disappear. Imagine, we're just one species on this planet compared to millions. What would you do if you went to Australia? I would go visit Mechatronic Dragon and finally have the barbecue that he's been inviting me to do so. Sounds good. Your favorite theory, the Boltzmann brain theory. We are nothing but spawns of randomness and chance. Chaos, per se. Welcome back, Lamborghini. Am I a fairy? I most definitely am not a waterborne vehicle meant to carry people around. What is your opinion on brain rot? Something I'm not going to delve into or touch with a 10-foot pole. Why is it your favorite? It means that everybody and everything gets a chance at something. It's just a matter of time. Lots of interesting AMAs today, I know. Shouldn't most of you be focusing on your office work at this hour? No. I thought Matthew was going to bed.
As we are on the Deep Thoughts, boss, what would you take from the world that would benefit the rest for the good but will not compromise the free will of others?
Interesting question. What would I take that would benefit everybody but compromise the free will of others? Hmm. Let the internet have its own categories, age brackets. Like, I believe kids below like 8 years old should not have access to like everything the internet has to offer. It impinges on their free will, yes, but it's for the betterment of everybody. Have you seen the iPad kids of nowadays? How dependent they are on the devices they have in their hand. You take them away, they are borderline having a mental breakdown. It's like a digital drug. And these kids are turning into addicts. Respectfully asking, what are you? Species-wise. I'm a Nova beast. Something akin to a dragon. Though I can clearly say the contrast that people say I'm also a cat or a fox. Coffee. Coffee. I would probably also take away alcohol. Well, the ingestible kind. Nothing ever good has come from consumption of that substance. Yeah, laughter and whatnot. At the cost of what? But there are more evils in the world that should be taken away, like smoking, for example. Take some pandesal at kape for breakfast. Kung pwede lang. Masarap siguro yun ngayon.
I want to pet the Nova Beast. Hope you are having a great day so far, Gibbous.
Why, thanks, Lycaeus. Lycaeus Azrael. That is a name befitting somebody playing a whole lot of RPGs. If I haven't said that already before. And thank you so much for the bitties. I appreciate it. I would take away my ignorance. Why? Many of the world's problems, war, injustice, exploitation, corruption stem from ignorance. Here's the thing though, Matthew. If you take away your ignorance, what are you going to use to fill in that void? Knowledge from who and what? You're still gonna end up polarized one way or another. Because no one in this world shares the exact same point of view. What repository are you going to get this from, right? What's my favorite hobby? Riding my motorcycle and tinkering with it. Would the Gebos refuse a boop? Oh, here, Lamborghini, to ask you a question. So you're walking, or you're just sitting down at a cafe enjoying your morning drink, having a tea and a sandwich. 30 minutes until your job starts. And then a stranger comes by and says, hey, you're cute. They point their finger at your face. You look at it, and the next thing you know, their finger is on your nose. a complete stranger, how would you feel? What motorcycle do you have? Is it a street bike or a dirt bike? It's an adventure bike. It's both. I have a Versus 1000. Yes, Yale, I do. Life is a highway. I want to ride it all night long. I actually enjoy riding in the night and the morning. Then there you have it. It's a matter of personal space, Lamborghini. Should answer your question. An adventure bike. Vesper says, I have relatives come up behind me and touch my hair, and it really freaks me out. Imagine that with a total stranger. Gross. Yeah. One, strangers, you never know where those hands came from. They could have come from the bathroom, they could have handled garbage, or even much worse. What is with you spamming my chat? And gone you go. Yeah, personal space chat. I would love hugs and cuddles, but only from my significant other. Strangers? Please, stay away. Are you Filipino? Yes, I am. Would you rather be a kid again for 24 hours or be Spider-Man for a day? I think the answer is obvious. If you're asking what the password to the Discord is here in chat, maybe you're not fit to be in the Discord in the first place, Henrique. What's the best place to visit in the Philippines? You know, I don't actually travel much, but it would definitely be any of the less populated, less frequented beaches. Of course, Vesper. Anong oras na ba? 8:20 a.m. Alas 8 na ng umaga. Nag-almusal na ba kayo? Naghahanda para sa trabaho, para sa pasok? O kung hindi kakatapos na lang ng all-nighter na shift? Pagod na siguro kayo, no? Pahinga muna. Baguio. Oh, definitely. I love Baguio. Nice and cold. How do you say hello to strangers in the Philippines? Says Matthew. In Argentina, we hug them, shake hands, or pat their back, depending on the situation. Strangers. It depends. It really depends. If from distance and in the context of what you're doing. If you're asking for a request, it's very normal here to do this. Like, hi, excuse me. And then you walk over and then you place a hand on their shoulder and then you gesture towards what you need. Excuse me, do you know this and that? Thank you so much. Patting somebody on the shoulder here is normal. But as to greeting strangers, we do this. Or it's the nod or the up nod. Like with a smile. It seems Raisha just missed the bit where I was speaking Tagalog for a good 15 seconds. Hello, Zane. Heads or tails? Gosh, are we gonna have a third wager today, chat? Okay, Jade. Yesterday, no, not yesterday, earlier, two of my chatters chose pause. And, well, unfortunately, they both landed on heads. Now, I want you to pick which side of the coin you want. And then let's go flip. I'm always up for a game of chance. I choose tails, aka pause. Alright, chat. It seems we have yet another wager today. Which means I need heads for the third time in a row in order to win. Let's see if luck will still favor me. Okay, chat, type heads or pause. Come on. Third bet of the day. Because we're gonna flip in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And so we flip. Oh dear, oh dear. Chat. What do you think it landed on? Come on, good guess. Chat, today, the coin has landed 3 times on heads. Everybody who voted for tails or pause, maybe we can try again next time. Oh man, oh man. You know what? I'm just gonna do a test flip again. Heads. Oh, there we go. Now it's pause again. Took a while. Chat, to those that haven't seen my coin before, this is how paws look like. It's not really tails, it's meant to be the beans, yes. Whoa, whoa, wow, wow, wee wow, hold on. Am I seeing correctly? That's not 10. That has 1 extra 0 on it. Gosh. Color me surprised. You know, Jade, first of all, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. It means I can buy Monster Hunter finally. Oh my god. Second, I honestly thought you were just gonna pass by, just like Santa Claus flying over, dropping gifts, and then never to be seen again. For you to return to my stream, it's a big honor. It means you like my stuff. Thanks. But double or nothing. Oh, that's my favorite part about the wagers. Okay, alrighty. You see this, Matthew? Oh, if only Mia was here. And so is Wolfie. But alright. I'm up for the challenge. Heads or paws, Jade? Everybody's at the edge of their seat. Well, looks like Matthew's Sunseeker here ain't gonna go to bed. I choose pause again. Chat. Oh wow, tracking. Man, pause again. I'm probably gonna lose this time because it's been heads like 3 times in a row. But I am not going to change the pick that Jade has. If he wants pause and I have to end up with head, so be it. Without further ado, 4th flip of the night. Oh, man. And just like that, chat. Just like that, It landed on heads again. Oh dear. As Arcady says, absolutely diabolical. Oh my. Oh no, Jade. You know what? I should have rigged it. I should have made him win. Why? Because that's how casinos do it, you know. You gotta make them win a little bit so the customers come back. So oh, what do you know? It landed on pause. Why now? One more. No, it's back to heads, chat. Wow. Ooh, gotta wipe the sweat off my bro for that one. Goodness gracious. Yep. Hold on. Queso is starting to infect me. Yo, wait. Oh my god. I don't know what to say. It's you have been promoted to double platinum super duper premium customer, watcher, chatter. Matthew, I don't know who Matthew is. He's the cameraman. Cameraman never dies. Oh my god. I'm still stunned, chat. Look, Jade here has. Ooh. Ooh, let's just say it. Let's just stick to that. Ooh. Looks like I'll be eating some good dinner tonight. Thank you. I have been subsisting on some cheap stuff as of late, and I think it's time to eat some stuff with vegetables on it. One word. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. All right. God, looks like I'm not getting a break, chat. Jade said, triple or nothing. Okay. All right. Shoot. So be it. Jade. Heads or pause? Which side do you pick for this penultimate triple or nothing wager? What's the best thing that happened to you? Ask Henrique from TikTok. Well, me winning the wager earlier, that's what. Wow. Talk about luck. I stick with my guns. Pause again. All right. Matthew, you're my closest confidant. You think I'm gonna lose this round? I'm legitimately getting like a cold stomach right now. I've got ice flowing down. Man. It's changing the heads to be double heads. I'm going to show you, chat, okay? See, that's heads, right? And that's pause. As you can see, a 50-50 chance. Which means 50% I'm gonna lose, which is not good. Alright. Let's do it. Enough theatrics. Face it like the man we are. Pause for Jane. Heads for me. I'm so scared to look at the coin. Oh my god. Oh. Chat. What? For the last one, well, for this one, it's as you can see, that is clearly my side profile of my head. Chat. I'm done with that coin for now. Chat, by some miracle of chance, it landed on heads yet again. Wow. There's nothing else to say. Yeah. I I don't know what to say. Okay, that's it. That's it. I'm shutting off the stream. I feel like I'm being conned even though I'm winning. It's wait, Gab, don't curse. Don't curse. Okay. Hold on. Guess I gotta deal with it, huh? Sometimes you lose some, sometimes you win some. TikTok chat, my apologies for not noticing you. I've been entirely hyper gazing at Twitch and I'm trying to confirm if what I'm seeing is real. You know what's funny, chat? I felt like starting November and December, my luck was actually starting to have a turn for the worse. Lots of things I don't mention on stream. It just, things didn't work out. Not with people. I mean, not with the people that are here. Man, a bunch of things. Slightly lost motivation. But I am never a quitter. Just keep on going, I say. And keep on going, I do. So yeah. Thank you. I mean it. That's it. No fancy words. No silver tongue. Just thank you. Genuinely. Not only to Jade, but to everybody supporting my stream. It matters a lot. If you were here earlier, I said that whenever I have one of my regulars drop by, it's a big surge of motivation. It really sends my heart aflutter. And, you know, who wouldn't? Imagine having a little niche bar or cafe that you think isn't doing well. And then you have one of your regulars just drop by, right? Isn't it inspiring? Don't you just want to feel like doing your best? So yeah. Sorry for being a bit sappy, Chad. But if there's one thing, one emotion I have a hard time containing, that's gratitude. Now that is the kind of spam I like saying. Oh my. Remember everyone, you're all beautiful. Oh, from our ever so generous Lucifer Jade. No, Lucifer Jade. Shit. I need to like up the resolution of my overlays. It looked like an R. There we go. Sorry about that. But yeah, gosh, 25 subs. Yo, that's a lot of new people who can use the emotes. Thank you. Yep. Did you know I wasn't aware of the meaning of GOAT before until like last year. Because everybody says LeBron is a goat. Like, he's a goat? Like, the animal? Like, what's. And then I researched GOAT. Greatest of all time. Ah, see. Alright, there we go. Educated Gib. Time check! Asked Tita Jane. It's 8:37 a.m. and we're less than 16 minutes into the stream. Yeah. A bit speechless, chat, but I know you're here not to like gawk at me being flustered and whatnot. As promised, I'll maintain what I do. Always. But I guess I'm not the only one who's speechless, huh? Most of chat is too. We can all agree on that. You know what? Let's just say somebody made the wager with me right now. Let's see if my luck holds out for the 5th time. No, 6th. If I choose heads. Yep, that's still heads. One more. Still heads. I'm not even gonna try at this point. It looks like today is a heads sort of day. How's the Nova Beast? What do you mean? That's an odd question to ask. Matthew says in his bio it says it. He donates big to small streamers. You know, as I've said, I've been contemplating on my growth like sometime end of last year, November, December. It's a yearly review I give myself. Like, Geb, have you been doing your best to the people that like your stuff? My biggest worry has always been me being boring. Unlike other streamers, I don't offer the diversity of showcasing games or, you know, a lot of stuff. It's just always me, some guy in the corner of the internet, yapping while having jazz playing in the background, going through sometimes nonsensical monologues and recollections of the things you've been through. But then again, I remember that most people actually stick by because of that. The consistency. Little planted space where you can expect what you expect. The world is in such a state of chaos nowadays that I can understand how what I do is a place of respite for most. And it's also my own little personal goal. You know how when people say VR chat, and most of the time to a normer hearing this, they're gonna think, oh, that's cringe. You mean the thing with furries and everything? Like the whole femboys barely wearing anything on screen and it's all the e-girls just shaking their hips without even saying a single word. Or the brain rot content. I am trying my best. I'm doing my part to change that impression, chat. That furries aren't like all the same, or VR chat streams aren't all the same. I'll see you around, Ivan. Thanks for sticking around, really. Say 2 words that's coming into your head right now. Think and you. Either Frost Fox.
You do an amazing job. You have great friends and a community that loves and supports you, Geb. We are grateful to be part of your life. Even if it is in a small amount, we are happy.
Thank you, Matthew. I appreciate it. You know, call me silly, but whenever I stream, I actually hope to see you guys show up. Look, it doesn't even have to be the wagers or the support. It's just seeing familiar names drop by a second and a third time. It means I must be doing something right in whatever the heck I'm doing. Hello, Pinky Chan. Arcady says I may not interact that much, but it's nice here. It's relaxing after a long day. I'm 14 hours behind you. Yeah, thanks. I'm not exactly what you'd call Mr. Friendship or the most social of people, but if and when we do get close, I let you in my circle, my space. It means I do hold you dear and important. I don't call anybody, my friend so casually. Owen says if it means anything, I look forward to your streams. Thank you, Owen. Let me drink more water. That's a lot of text. Mm. There we go. Words that come from the soul. Vesper says, I said it before and I'll say it again. Before I properly met you, your streams were a safe haven in my world of vast loneliness. To say I appreciate you doing what you do is an understatement. You're the reason I left someone who treated me like crap. You're the reason I made new friends. You're the one who was kindest to me in my darkest hour. So thank you, darling. I wouldn't have met you had I never seen your stream back in July. Well, I'm glad I could be such a positive thing in your life, Vesper. For you are to mine. Hello, GM guy. I demand the top hat for that Avi. I don't think it'll look good on me, Chad. As you can see, wouldn't quite fit in my ears, huh? A soft root tund specimen. That's a funny name and cute one at the same time. Who's this? Hi there, Blake. Do you have a favorite film? There's a lot. Hello, J-Star. I don't know, Hoshka. But thanks. Hi, Geb. What are you supposed to be a fox? Officially a Nova based. But it's simpler to explain with me just being a cat, a dragon cat. That's. See, I have beans. I have these things. And I have a tail. See you around, Tita Jane. Magandang umaga sa'yo. Pa-burger ka naman. Tita Jane. Eto, Kikiam. Alam mo, masarap yun. A stream of wholesomeness today. Chat, today I was caught off guard. Actually, that's an understatement. I was really caught off guard. It may have been uncharacteristic of me to show the reactions I had earlier. It's hard to keep your composure when you're given that much support in one go. I know to some people that might just be a small amount. To me, chat, that's a tremendous amount. Back then when I was working full-time, Monday to Friday, I went to the office at 8 a.m. I came home sometime around 7. Chat, I was only taking home like $250. Not including paying any of the bills or the food that I had to spend for. Just to have a perspective as to how little you actually earn in this country, unless you're like high above or get lucky with the business. Matthew says, alright, Gab, Vesper chat, time for this worker to go to bed finally. I'll accept my go and see you in the next time, boss. Remember, no matter how small your effort is to make other people's lives better, it will always count as a lot. We're all together. And the distance is not a barrier. Good night and take care. Matthew is out. Sweet dreams, Matthew. Thanks for being such a grand pal. Alright. Chat, I think it's my colds giving me like this weird dry mouth. Not doing me any favors in all honesty. The fumbling of the words. Embarrassing to say the least. Good morning there, Geb. I hope you have a good rest of the morning. Well, you too, my friend. I hope your day is as fantastic as you are. Oh, God. Jade said, alright, time for the final bout. I have filed for bankruptcy and another mortgage on the house. It's time for that final bit. No holds barred, no coin flip. Now you must guess. How did I get all this money? I'm sure I said it before. I'll give you an hour while I play Titanfall. An hour? Now that is a challenge. Let's see. All right, detective work for the detective. What can I gain from looking at Jade? Jade's name. Jade is obviously the name of a mineral, a crystal. No, it's not it. Goes around supporting others. Surely doesn't talk like he's one of those princes from, the Middle East. Never called me Habibi. The first time he came to my stream, if memory serves me correct, he simply sneezed and money came flowing. Now what sort of creature or job would entail somebody who have such ability? Narrowing it down, it's either you win the lottery, right? Definitely not a politician. A politician means you don't have enough time for nonsense such as this. You own a good business. Well, I'll have a lot of free time. You struck it lucky. and either won a prize, a lottery, or some sort. Third, you struck it lucky, but in digital currency, crypto to be precise. That's my three main guesses, but I'm sure there should be more. Hmm. I don't know. This is difficult. I have very little information. The one little tidbit I remember from you, Jade, is you're from Spain. That's very little to go for. But at the same time, you play a whole lot of Titanfall. And Titanfall isn't exactly a new game, so you know how to appreciate the classics, so you have been walking on this planet for quite some time. Sticking with the old ones. What is the name of the server now? Lone Star, was it, in order to play online? The funny thing is, I've never mingled with rich people. So I wouldn't exactly have a diverse portfolio of the money earning individuals. It could be anything. You could be a smuggler for things, from firearms to substances to whatnot. You could also just be a lawyer. No, like what Yura just said. Not crypto, huh? To be fair, anybody who has crypto probably will just park their money somewhere and reinvest them. But no, here you are, like putting them out. Definitely not in the game development space. Well, as of present, it's in turmoil and everybody's getting laid off. How can one discreetly earn money yet at the same time have a lot of time and not be mentally crushed by doing the process? What would I be if I were given the opportunity and the capital for something? Develop a new drug. Patent something that the whole world will use. Get shares from a company. But then again, shares falls under the umbrella of investments. What would make you go to Spain and come back to the USA? I know very little about Spain aside from them occupying us for 300 something years during the 1800s where it ended. And the years prior to that, but if it's from US to another country, you probably got deployed then, if it wasn't a business trip. Then again, are people from the military that financially powerful? I wouldn't know. Chat, help me guess here. Let's do detective work together. I think billionaires would throw much more. Like, billionaires, $10,000 is like a drop in the ocean of wealth they have. I think they would just throw, like, for example, 3K bucks at some no-name streamer just to see them probably have a heart attack on stream. One moment. You know what? This is making me Google what's it. What is going on in Spain? Maybe I'll get some insight. Wait, you know another thing that earns money that requires travel? Being a doctor or a high profile surgeon of some sort, definitely within the field of medicine. Well, that's my best guess at the moment, because we ruled out a bunch. That's one. Second, this is a compound though. Most doctors also hold real estate power and purchases. But that's still investment, isn't it? Confusing. Gosh, I think I narrowed down the most prominent, like, possibilities. Consulting notes. I know. This is good. This makes me think. Because I've never really thought about this. What, like, when a person thinks millionaire, billionaire is somebody with a lot of money to throw around, compared to us living like paycheck to paycheck. How do they get it? Number one is always businesses, investments, or they got plain lucky from their family. Now you're making me think deeper. Spain. What have you given to the world for the world to reward you so much back? With that's the thing, I can't influence the flip. It's purely digital, it's code. It's 50-50. Going to Spain, are you a gambler? No. A gambler isn't a job. But that's what you're pertaining to. Your luck, quote unquote, ran out. Something involving a casino, maybe. Gambled on what? So it's gotta be something. Didn't gamble on crypto. Didn't gamble on property. Like, you know how like property costs go up. Let's see. Technically, gambling is a job, says Nate. It's just how people adapt themselves to it. Alright, TikTok chat, help me. If one had to gamble for a living, and you needed experience with it, a whole lot, what would that living be? Think outside the box. Now, what would I just blindly do to win cash? We can't call races or competitions exactly as gambling, can it? Because it's more of a performance thing. It's not entirely luck dependent. So if you were to gamble on something and hope its success goes either up or down, a respectable escort service as here. Well, continuing on what Yura said, I'm not sure Jade's the type to gamble on perhaps meeting royalty or a very rich person. No, 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 no. Like if I were in his shoes, I would hoard the money all to myself. I would say politician, but no, you're from the US and you visited Spain for a reason. You visited Spain. What is in Spain that one could gamble on? Blind luck. Did you perhaps quite literally struck some gold? But that's such a far-fetched theory. Finding diamonds, precious gems, metals. If you said you were from China, I would probably stick with that guess. This is quite a challenge, isn't it, Chad? Wait. I'm going back to the previous messages. Let's play some befitting music. I'm sure I said it before. Are you sure, Jade? You may have mentioned this while you're in a stream, not here. Because I'm sifting through my mind. Not once did you mention anything personal. You kind of just came and go. You sneezed some money, talked something about your phone and something from Spain. And then after that, you appeared again today. There's still a lot of missing pieces in the information I have. Here's another hint. Both for my job and how I got the money. Oh, here's some. Seems like I got the money before I went out to see. A quick win. With dazzling lights and digital cheer. Dazzling lights. lights and digital cheer. But that was lucky. Then I had the proper job to do to deploy. I mean, yeah, if out to sea, that would obviously involve like the Navy or something, right? But we're talking about something before that. How does one who works in the Navy, where they are supposed to be discreet? Hmm, okay. I know very little about the Navy, FYI. all my knowledge comes from like games. I don't have any Navy friends, so pardon my lack of knowledge on the subject. Looks like you got my job, but how did I get the money? I was going to say you successfully raided like a very high profile target and somehow landed it very lucky, either with an enormous reward or you yourself got some of the spoils. But that's like mercenary work. We got the job, but the money is from before you went out to sea. A quick win. A quick win. Digital cheer. Dazzling lights. Is this an esports tournament? A competition? The only other thing I could think of that involves digital cheer that isn't esports is a live event covering, like that's broadcasted online. Either that, or it's just plain old online gambling. A machine. A slot machine. Did you hit 777s or something? Though I've never been to a casino myself, but based on the few stories I get from my auntie in particular who always goes to Las Vegas, she'd always describe the ding 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 and everybody was happy and the sound of coins just flowing out whenever she won from the slot machine. Is that it? You struck it lucky. Can you really win that much? I always thought like slot machines would... I guess I was wrong. Slots are correct. Struck it lucky with... Do you know how life-changing 12K is to a citizen from Southeast Asia such as me? Oh man. Alright. My full-time job before, I said I earned $250 a month. 2,500 per year. So yeah, I earned little. Oh, damn, that was crap. 3K a year, and then I had to put more than half of it on bills. But congratulations, jeez. What are the odds? No, literally, what are the odds of winning in a slot machine? Oh, yeah. Incredibly low, says K from TikTok. Right? Are we thinking like 1 percentile or even less? So you are in the Navy and you struck it big by slotting down that little handle in the machine with the little spinny things, and then out came out 12K. Wow, that's incredible. It was a $50 deposit, and I was sitting there and bored, says Jane. But hey, you won. Now you must guess the final thing. How much? Oh, if we're thinking numbers, that's difficult because there's a huge range. I know the cap is, if we're purely working with the numbers you provided with me, the cap will be somewhere around 10. Now, factoring down, you did the double or nothing. But here's the thing. I guess high. That's gonna go against my ethic. My own ethos of staying humble. I honestly don't want to put a number on how much I want to receive or get. I usually just leave it to the person. Before, when I worked as a mechanic, I worked for a short bit. I had a garage. Whenever I worked on a client's bike, they're gonna ask how much. I never provided them like a menu or like this and that. I always told them, you just pay me how much you think I'm worth. It always worked out that way. 500K, no, ma'am. I would always just leave it at that because, like, damn, man. When I fix their electricals, like wiring up their auxiliary lights and everything, I would just get what? How much is 400 pesos? I get $8. $8 for like a 3-hour job. Working on math. If we're gonna escalate, damn, Chad. This is the make it or break it, huh? Let me just drink a little bit before I decide. I can't get this wrong. Now, hold on, chat. I'm working on a case myself. I never thought such a grand one would be laid out on my lap. If this were a wager, I would say you would give 1.5. Maybe discount 100, 1.4. Going by our multiplicative pattern that we had earlier. But I would never dare ask that from a person. I can't even imagine. answering that took a knock off my how should I say it? It feels wrong. It feels wrong to say such huge numbers. I've always grown up not exactly wealthy, you know. So we're working with pretty high values here that I have never handled. Also, hello. Sorry about that. I was deep in thought chat. But would somebody even dare give more than 10% of their earnings to somebody they've only watched twice? Utterly absurd, utterly presumptuous of me. Then again, oh, sorry. I was thinking cumulatively, but what you gave was 400. Vesper was correct. So yeah, there. Hmm. Wow. I I need to stretch for this chat. Damn. Hold on. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Oh shit. I normally don't stand when I stream chat. Also, what is up with my tail? Hello. Hold on. Give me a minute or less to process this. One, we somehow managed to crack the case. We work with very little information, and well, we found out what Mr. Jade here. I'm sorry, I don't have enough information to know if you're Mr. or not. To know what he does for a job. And then we figured out also where he got the whole quickie fortune from. And then lastly, the most flabbergasting piece. They have decided to share their fortune with me. Me, a complete stranger on the internet. All I do is stalk, play some classy jazz. Did finally somebody see my sincerity as being something genuine. So yeah, I'm at a loss for words. But not enough of a loss not to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Really, this is... Yeah. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. Look, I'm not one to cry. No, I'm not one to cry. But I sure am stunned. Like, legitly, I've never encountered this before. I feel bad because I feel like I am failing at how to express gratitude. So yeah. Yeah. Vesper says, if there's one thing you've gotten today, it's karma. You treat everyone like gold, darling. And you've gotten that in return. Why? Because you helped me. You people help me a lot. How can I not help you back? I see you're in trouble. How can I not help you? I always believe that kindness is something that should be given, never asked. And if you receive kindness in turn, then you consider yourself lucky, especially in this very hard to live by world. A world filled with mistrust, deceit. Everybody has an agenda. So seeing somebody genuinely like support you, call me inexperienced in how to handle it. So yeah, I am a Mr. Got it, Mr. Jade. So yeah, thanks. If anything, I keep on being kind and nice. Not exactly the nicest when it comes to handling chat. But at least you can count on me when I say I've got your back. Anywho. Yeah. Now with that being processed. Oh. Oh no, Memo. Oh no, you're challenging Jade. Oh dear. Wish Dream says, we got your back too, Gam. Well, I do, I think. Look, Wish, I know. We're fellow countrymen. I'm sure we've got each other's back. Philippines is hard to live enough by, as we know it. But yeah, thanks. What's this? Speaking of competitive games, sorry if I may interject. This suddenly makes me miss the game called For Honor. Do you know what that game is? It's from Ubisoft. I know it's Ubisoft, but it's actually super fun and challenging. It really showcases skill above anything else. Also, see you around, Arcades. I missed that game. You know it's still alive, right? You fight me as well, Gab. Here's the funny thing. I stopped playing because I lost my account. To be fair, I was only like rank 100 something. Oh, but man, oh man. Oh. Man, oh man. Did I have fun playing the Glad? Even after the nerf, even after he couldn't pull off any cutscenes anymore. No, not the Gladiator, sorry, the Centurion. The Centurion, he was the most badass guy. Lex, I'm standing right now. How am I even gonna do that? But yeah, sure. Later, Lex, I promise I'll send you private pictures. I'm feeling generous today. I've been considering getting back into the game, but like if I start over, like my account, like back to level 1, I have to level up the heroes to like rank 20 and then I'll be fighting monsters that are over rank 300. That'd be nuts. Second, I don't have my squad anymore. Man, it used to be me, a lawbringer, a warlord, and then who was the girl with the spear? I can't remember. The last character I played in For Honor. That would be the Warmonger. Oh yes, he was essentially a warden, but with a more edgy moveset. Making me miss these old days. But, to be fair, one game I'll be playing soon though. In a couple of days would be Monster Hunter Wilds. I played World a whole lot, but yeah, no, it's the no, not the Valkyrie is the one with the spear and a shield. The other one, the Japanese one, the pokey one that gives you a whole lot of bleeding damage. I can't remember the name. She had the funny hat. Good morning, Viserion. Wistream says, gosh, that's the only thing that keeps me from playing competitive games. I have to be there from the start otherwise. It just somehow feels insufferable without friends until you get to a point where things are actually filled with people that are good sports. That's the thing. With For Honor, before even outside of we working as a team, we would always look forward to sparring with each other because we would see who was better, who was a better fighter. And it was hilarious. It was fun. It was fun when you know you're like milliseconds from like getting hit by your buddy, but you can somehow parry his blows and everything. And you know like you're very petty about things. I think pettiness, like the absolute pettiness in games like those, are actually what makes things funny. Ah, no, I'm the better swordsman. Come here and prove your words and fight me. That sort of deal. But yeah, I get it. If you play it alone, like for example, you're gonna play League of Legends alone without having a whole team of 5, it's not gonna be a fun experience. Definitely not. It used to be fun before when I was playing back in college because my friends would always be there, my party, my roster. Nobushi, there we go. Oh my lord. I had a friend who was so good at the Nobushi. I have no idea how to beat them. They would be so good at feinting, right? She has like a hidden stance. So she's gonna prepare her stick, her weapon, and you don't know where it's gonna come from. My favorite rival would be the Shinobi. Yeah, the ninja. He always played the ninja. He'd always try to be fancy with the whole sliding and whatnot. Thinking he could outsmart me. I would play the Aramusha's the guy with 2 swords, right? Who was the main hero? The very basic, the one with the very long sword, the katana. And then he had like flat pauldrons in Japan. I forgot the name. I always just call him the sword master because he has this stupid move where he would attack, he would sidestep, and then magically his sword is now coming from the side instead of like from wherever the heck that was originally supposed to be. Oh, don't even get me started with no, it's not the Hitokiri. Hitokiri is the one with the axe. He's the fat dude. He's the one with the mace, the big old club. The Kensei. Oh my god, I love and hate the Kensei at the same time. I hate him because he's hard to counter. I love him because he's so easy to use. Like if you're stressed about the game and you just want to win, you just go Kensei, right? The Shugoki, yeah. Here we go. Wagatshuryari. Yep, he would smack you across the arena with this big old bat. And then what's funny is before, did you know the Shugoki had hyper armor in everything he did? No. He had hyper armor if he was like idle for long enough, I think. So he was basically uninterruptible all the time. Or yeah, that's good old days. Hold on. I'm starting to yap. Wait, let's go back here. Let's see. I'm getting tired. I'm gonna sit down, chat. Okay. Where's my other chair? There. Either I'm getting tired and I need to stop yapping, chat. It's already 3 hours and 11 minutes. Normally, my streams just last 2 hours and a half. What to do? 1 second, chat. Let me just get this done real quick. Where's that chair of mine? The other one. There we go. I couldn't see because of my headset. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. You didn't want to see me all pretzeled up. You know what? I'm gonna stand. So be it. Is it real life? What do you mean? Oh. Me. Yes, welcome to... Oh, never mind. I fumbled it. I was gonna say, welcome to VR Chat 2.0. Also, let me increase the size of my overlay. There we go. We're doing a standing stream anyway, so... Yeah, Vesper, I'm super... There we go. We're at the much preppier vibe now, right? Earlier, the music was a little somber. You know what? We're gonna have... Oops, nope. Let's have this as my background. There we go. Should look better instead of the whole black one you had earlier. But this one makes it look like I'm floating, huh? There we go. Thank you, Vest. No, I honestly don't know why I deserve any of it, actually. But I am not one to turn down any generosity given to me. I'm never really gonna ask. Is this world solitude by any chance? Yes, yes, it is. Fantastic place. Bro's graphics are set to 1 million. No. Solitude is pretty nice. It sure is, isn't it? You may be wondering, Geb, why is your camera slowly panning around you? Do you have VR Chat Plus and are you using the Dolly system? I actually am not. I'm doing everything manually. Why? Because I think $10 is... I'm a cheapskate. That's the answer. So sorry. What's this? I need more photogenic places, but don't you have a lot, Wish? Knowing you probably know the best spots in town. How do you offset the camera on focus and aimed at you? Offset the camera? Oh, you mean like this? There's this new thing called horizontal and vertical offset in the camera, which you can have even without VRChat Plus. But in all honesty, nothing is offset at the moment. It's just set to look at me, and then the fly speed is like at 0, and I have my left joystick in a certain direction. Love the Nova. Is this a personal Abby? Yes, Exile Lands. This is one of a kind. I worked on it in Blender, tweaked the base model, did the textures, made sure the clothes fit because this was a Rick Soniums before. Oh yeah. Vesper says, you treat others like gold even though they treat you poorly in return. You, darling, went through a lot. You know, that's a chapter in my life I'm not gonna deny happened, so... Yeah. There we go. Photogenic angle. aka we flip around. There we go. Oop. Where were we? Wistream says, I actually don't, but I know the biggest of places, one you can get lost in. I'm pretty good at finding them. You mean something like Organism? That place is incredibly huge, and I definitely got lost each time I visited that world. Oh, sure. I guess I'll be seeing you soon, Vasp. Oh, uh-oh. The camera went out of bounds. Sorry, chat. Maybe I stop fiddling with it and just keep it in place. It's a trip, love it. What? Me panning the camera around? Organism, Olympia, liminal spaces, and anything from the past. If you could find me more worlds, Wish, that actually has shadows being casted on the ground, on the surface as the objects, that would be great. Or worlds with motion blur built in, like Enchanted Cavern. A motion blur looks absolutely fantastic if it's in film-esque shots like these. When you're playing, not so much. But here in the video presentation, yeah. Yes, it does. You do Blender? Cool. Yes, I am a slave to Blender, Substance Painter, and most of all, Unity. Oh gosh. Thank you for the subscription, VH. I appreciate it. Oh look, Geb is somehow in higher spirits than usual. I wonder why. You have Jade to thank for that. Jade, if you're still watching, thanks again. If you have to go, please don't let me hold you back, okay? You've done so much for this person yapping before you on screen. So much. Organ trip. It is, isn't it? It's fascinating. The thing is, I never really managed to get past the part where there's a big duck. There's a big duck in the middle, right? Which you can fall in. It's also snowing there. I don't know where to go. Who is it talking to? Ask Amy. Amy, I'm actually handling 2 chats at once. That'll be Twitch and you, TikTok. Oh, Wish, if it helps, I'm actually using the open beta version of VRChat. You should check the camera. It should be there once you update. It's okay, Amy. Do you like jazz? Asked Blitzy Callie. Oh, you sure guessed right. Remember, get the open beta client in VRChat so you have access to like these features. For example, let's use the vertical offset. Normally, when we're at follow me, your face is directly in the middle of the screen, like this. But with vertical offset, you can now follow me, but see more of your body, like this, right? It's just a bit of a pain because, well, if you zoom in, it's not on your face anymore, it's like here. It's fascinating how far VR chat has gotten. And the technology isn't even that old yet. Right? It's amazing. You know, I think VR chat is a fantastic platform for creating like films and everything. I myself am trying to dabble into a little bit of I wouldn't call it a short film. It's like a 1-minute video. It's something you have to see, chat. You'll see it in my TikTok, my Twitter, and eventually it's gonna be my header here in Twitch. It's the answer to Geb, what do you do for a living? I was wondering because my VR chat shots are typically upper thirds. Yeah, just like this. Oops. Hello, lampshade. Vertical offset all the way there so you can see the beans. Hello. Ever had the follow me cam while you're walking like this? But typically I keep it like a default. What's that? This game was something entirely different back in 2018, says T. 2020 even. Oh, I've seen the videos from before. It was absolutely archaic. But then again, did you know what actually spurred me on to try VR chat? You guessed it right, chat. It was the Ugandan knuckle speed. Do you know the way, brother? Yes, I was absolutely enthralled by the stupidity of the thing. It was so funny. It's what got me curious about it. Like, oh man. So you have this online space where you're all virtual avatars of any form, size, and make. And you can interact with each other. I was like, wow. That's amazing. Do you know the way? Peak brain rot. No, that's not brain rot. It's funny. Oh man. Oh, immediately just like that, because Gebos did the Ugandan knuckles impression. I lose 500 people. Thank you so much, Chad. I love you too. Getting swarmed by 600 knuckles. It was so funny. Say the word, Gebos. What words, Yura? Well, then again, I am black, so I guess I get a pass. A pass for what? Asked chat. I can't say it. It's not TOS. Wish Dream says, I've been in VR chat since 2018 and goodness, it's such an experience. Landscapes change, though I'm still a little infuriated by how much they are on progressing. Mostly only now getting to the functions of what other platforms have. Ah, I see. Well, Wish, you sure have been here a long, long time. I I got into VR chat exactly 1 year ago. Well, approximately, with just February. So yeah, I got into VR chat. I mean, I made an avatar before even getting into VR chat. Why? I got curious. You know what? I said, hey, maybe I can make some money if I learn 3D and make avatars for other people. So I used all my savings. I bought the Quest Pro, and then I slaved away for 1 month watching tutorials, how to do face tracking, how to do Blender, how to do it in Unity, how to put it into VRM form and Warudo form for VTubing. I ended up making an avatar, yes, chat. Fully functioning walking rig with face tracking. And then I played VR chat after. I used it. I used it for maybe a month. And then I saw the Nova Beast, like, oh, the Nova Beast is really nice. And I said, why don't I just adopt my design into it? And then lo and behold, here I am. So you mean you were quite new when we met back in Umbra? Yes. If I was playing Feb, actually end of Feb, let's consider it March. So April, May, June. I was playing VR chat for 3 months, Wish. Did you think I was an old player? Mm-mm. Faded Fox says I started around 2019. Back when the Fur Hub was the main way first met. Fur Hub? Is it the thing where you have to go up and then there's like a big fountain and then you go up again and there's a showcase of different avatars? Gift for a nice Abby. Why, thank you for the roses. Also you too, Baki. Wish Dream said, back in 2018, nothing was hostile. It was amazing. I mean, isn't that wonderful? Now I have a dreadful disdain for visitors. I know, give people a chance and everything, but I have visitors all turned off in my shield settings. Like, I don't see their avatar in anything, and then I have to enable them manually. Because more often than not, visitors are the trolls. They will call you slurs, things, and many, many other creative words. Hold on, replying to a DM. It has been daily since. You know what? Let's check how many hours I have in VR chat. Again, I've only been playing like a year. I only have 2,483 hours. Nothing impressive. Slurs and harassment should not be someone's pastime. Ah, yes, but lo and behold, we are in a space called the internet, and anybody and everybody can do anything on the internet. Thank goodness for moderated instances that are pretty commonplace nowadays. At least that's some form of security. And the recently rolled out age verification system for VR chat, which is fantastic in all honesty. Also, good thing they changed the icon. Before, the old verification icon was like 18 and the color red. Now it's like an ID that's colored blue. I think it gave the wrong idea to other people. That's why they changed it. Lirkut says it's 3 a.m. and in 4 hours I need to wake up and go to bed. Nobody is forcing you to watch. Go ahead. Wishdream says, as a continuation to earlier, well, you certainly wore yourself back then as if you have been in VR chat for a while when we first met. How so? I was shy around people. I was asking a whole lot of questions. I didn't know any cliques or groups. Back then, I had what? I had maybe 5 friends. To be fair, now I have like still less than 10. So that's not a lot. I know, but I want to stay, says Berkut, because today is an extra special stream. We have been graced by generosity, and I'm gonna stream until I'm utterly tired, instead of the usual 2 hours and a half. We are already 3 hours and a half in. I switched to PC because the character limit was killing me, says Daughter of Lust. Well, welcome to your PC. I hope that's just a stain on your monitor, not a dead pixel. I was LOS on TikTok. TikTok chat character limit hurts my soul. Oh. Do not do me like... Which one? This thing? You better double check. Who knows? Try rubbing it and then maybe it is just a stain or a pixel acting funny. Oh, I always read your name as T. Now you're daughter of is that Lust or Lua? Lua. What do I call you? Luna, Celine, Amaris? T. Wishdream says, I also commend you having a list so small. It becomes quite unmanageable when you get to a certain point. Oh yeah, I know. I really screen the people who I accept into my friends list. You kind of have to. More often than not, you're gonna meet somebody and present themselves as nice at face value, but then you realize they aren't who and what they seem. Drama here. I'm a snowflake there. Ooh, you're offensive. Don't hang around people that get easily offended, chat. Those are not friend material. It's terrible. Look, listen, often you run into public worlds, right? So there are people that are nice. Oh, hi. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Remember, that's all just curtsies. They're being nice to you up front. But once you get to know them, yeah, more than half the time you realize, oh, this is actually a problematic person that I should probably not hang around with. The quickest indicator of that is to check their groups. People who flaunt their groups means they're presenting something that they want other people to see. It's being advertised for a reason, right? So if you see something they have that you don't really vibe with, then just save yourself the trouble and don't try to keep the mingling any deeper than acquaintanceship. Trust me. And don't be shy about saying no to people either. One thing I've noticed is a lot of my friends, they have difficulty declining things. Hi, can I add you? Like, okay. But then, now how do they get rid of the person? If they couldn't even say no in the first place, how the more to unfriend, right? I have like 4 groups or 5 in my VR chat. I don't need to put the entirety of my hobbies, likes and dislikes as my groups. No. How about you get to know me first and then figure out what kind of person I am? If you like me at face value, then fantastic. Hi, hello, I'm Gebas. Nice to meet you. Maybe we can be friends. What is your favorite VR chat world? Mine's Udon Tycoon. It probably still has to be either District Robot or Complex 7. I have yet to run into a world with proper NPCs actually roaming around in a place that feels like it's bustling with life. Props to, I forget the world creator's name. Props to you for making it. Oh my, if it isn't Mechatronic Dragon raiding me. Why are you were on my stream earlier, now you're raiding it. Has that much time passed? Gosh. Welcome, Mecha and friends. I take it Mecha has been doing some rather fine squiggling drawing today, yeah? Always excited to see the art you come up with, man. But yes, make yourself comfortable. If you gotta go and you're tired, I'm not gonna hold it against you. But if you just wanna chill and relax, well, go sit down and take a seat. Mecha here has garnered quite the number of admirers earlier. And not to my surprise, he is a rather energetic and charming guy, isn't he? Right? Faded says, I've been told off pretty badly about mentioning snow because some apparently had PT and with anything snow or ice related from a car accident. Look, unless you're in that person's house or within their property, they can't really tell you what to do and what not to. Especially if it's something as mundane as mentioning ice. Man, I love my iced tea. And then the other person's like, ice. No. You're streaming almost lunchtime today. Yeah, I know. Extended stream, what do you know? It's Wednesday. I'm sorry, Soaring Fitness. Today is a special day, so... I'm Canadian. Snow and ice is nothing. Right? Imagine if somebody was bullied as a kid. Like, you know how they do it in cartoons? They dunk their heads into the toilet bowl like, ha ha, and then the bullies walk out. And then at the mere mention of a comfort room or having to do your business in a toilet, they all like, that's both pitiful and really funny at the same time. Right? Customer serve what? I'm someone who grabs spiders with my bare hand. Ah, you and Mecha will probably get along a whole well then. Try living in Greenland. I have heard that place is the land of frost and ice. You never see the ground for months in Greenland. Oh dear, oh my. Approach the 4-hour mark. Also, how did we shoot up to 52 viewers? Are all the e-girls in VR chat asleep? That's why you guys are here. Gonna see me like dance and everything. No, I didn't just do that, chat. Vesper says I've been trying to overcome VR chat hiccups. Having trouble, darling. You know what? Color me curious. I need to see who's watching. We have Too Cool, we have Abel. Mr. Jade is still here. Hello. We have Catty Cat, Tilted Cyclone, Silabon, Lua, The Yield Sign, Ducky Dances from Mecca. A Faded Fox, Fabric Fault, Furry Enzyme, Grey Storm Axel. He like long. I see my Brazilian friend is skulking there in the background. Hush Me Up, Joe, Kendall, Lex is still there, who I still owe a photo of Beans to. Mecha, Mr. Quang, Negative Zero, Positive Nilo, Pinky Chan, Rubber Ducky, Sevi, Mr. Birkut, Tarbal, T. Billy, Tortin, Urban Chat, Voltomir, Wish Dream, and of course, Yura. We're tuning into Ige, but why are you still watching my stream? Please tell me you didn't see me do the motions earlier. Today's an exception. Wish, you know what I mean by... Look, I take it just like me. You're trying to change how VR chat content creation is being viewed, right? Let's admit, 90% or more of the stuff we see when it comes to VR chat are all pretty much similar. They're much adult-oriented, be it the e-girls or the hip-swaying femboys, like, oh, you know what I mean. And then the brain rot stuff, or... yeah. I'm trying to change that, chat. I'm trying to show you that VR chat can actually be a platform for wholesome, fantastic content such as this. I have nothing against these other content creators, don't get me wrong. I keep on saying this. Congratulations to them. They're doing their own thing, their own niche, and so am I. Hold on, what is with my music? There we go. Jade said, I just tuned out and then I heard a weird moan. What happened? Weird moan? No, I was simply talking about... I was doing an impression of the... Never. You know what? Never mind. I was talking about other channels in VR chat. Good morning, Koha. Are you an e-boy? Most definitely not. One, I am in a furry avatar. And that should answer your question. Wish Dream says, oh, most certainly. I like to be the one that offers the feeling of being free in the I see it. You have a very dreamy, I dare say, melancholically poetic thing to your stuff. I remember seeing your tweets and everything. What was the recent one? There was you and then an alternate version of... It was a girl, I think. You know, stuff with meaning. Yours is stuff with meaning. Mine is stuff that's real and grounded. I try to be as real, as honest to God as I can be whenever I talk with people. Be it for better or worse. Because as you may know, I'm actually quite frank with my wordings. Giving sound advice and all that. High quality cinematic. Even my content in TikTok is 60 FPS for the win, right? Look, my old videos. Hi, Vesp. My old videos, they used to be. Here, come on. Let's try horizontal offset. My old videos, they used to be 30 FPS. And man, did they look terrible when you compare them to the 60 ones that I upload now. Hold on. Are we gonna fit in frame? Let's see. See. Chat, as you can see, this is Vesper. She's back. The mod. I'm standing, so things look a little different now. And yes, good. You can take a seat if you want. I'll just be here entertaining chat as usual.
I'm good, but thank you.
Vesper,
Okay.
heads or tails?
Oh no, Vesper, Lucifer. Is it? Oh, it's so far. Jade is asking heads or oh no.
Oh no, I can't do a wager right now.
I'll flip for you. But whatever consequence Jade asks, you are obliged to do, as long as it's within the bounds of TOS, okay? All right.
Oh no.
Jade is asking which side of my dear old coin you are gonna pick. So what's it gonna be?
How about pause?
No, heads or paws for you? Come on, pick one.
Pause.
Boss, really? The side that does not win. Okay.
I'm taking my chances.
All right. So be it. Mr. Jade, I do believe this fine lady over here has chosen the side with paws, and that leaves you with heads. I shall simply be the guy flipping the coin. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yep.
We're ready as ever. Are you nervous?
A little.
A little. Just a teeny tiny.
I'm hoping they don't pick anything too bad.
I have no control over this. This is between you and Mr. Jade here. So let's see how this goes. All right. So again, Jade. She's chosen pause. Ready? Just tell me when I should flip, and then we shall do it. Who knows? You might win some McDonald's or something if you get the pause. Countdown from 10. Alrighty. 10. Oh, hand tracking, hello. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Is that your last? Is that your last? Is that really your choice, Paws, not heads?
You know what? It's okay to change it.
Ask Jade. Jade,
Jade's fine with-
you might regret it though if you change it. It's like times 10 the regret if you lose when you change.
Mm,
So pause.
I guess so.
Well, you heard it, Chan. And so we flip. Oh my goodness, chat. What could it be? Chat, count your lucky stars because Vesper Pause in the coin flip. Would you look at that? Yo, take calm.
Oh, Jesus. The gasp, I gasped.
Well, congratulations. I don't know what prize you're gonna give, but knowing Jade is probably gonna be very nice and add like cheese to your burger or something. He's probably the kind of guy who would order extra toppings for you without you even asking. Oh, I would read your name, but Lucifer Jade just tipped one. Oh my, oh dear, look at you bringing good fortune our way. You know, actually, if you stuck with heads and then you got heads again, things would be suspicious. Thank goodness you chose pause. And this landed on pause. Mr. Jade, thank you so much. Vesper, it seems like I need to treat you to something because this very much is part of your winnings too. You know what's fun? I think I know just the thing. Right. We'll talk about it later. It's a bit of a surprise. I'm not gonna spoil it here. Hi there, Jello. Shane. There we go. Finally, the lighting is back to being proper. Jade, your luck is something else. You know, if this was probably
I'm
a
just
slot
having a-
machine thing, I would probably be losing a
Yeah.
whole lot. Maybe his affinity is with the little jingly jangly
Mm.
machine, not the coins. Verse, you're assessed. Vesper's first
Yeah.
time don't use that word. Vesper's first time playing a game of chance live on 4K. It's not 4K, but congratulations. You even look the part, see? You look like you belong in one of those. Alright, sir, pick your card. It's just
Oh my
online.
gosh, I even have a hat.
You're right, the online like casino
Mhm.
thing.
Like, I've just got a little cap here. Yep.
Where's the cap? It didn't show.
I have it on my head.
It is in sync locally. It's magic, only you can see. But yes, I think you guys know what I'm talking about. We just hit 2,300 followers. That's not bad for a year ago, chat. Considering one, I'm not a girl, and two, I'm not a lot of other stuff. If I say it, I'm gonna get canceled on Twitter. Yes. You know, if we were neighbors, I would immediately ask you out for dinner with what you just won. Have some good food, right? Sounds fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe get some ice cream along the way. Come on, chat. We all gotta treat a lady properly, right? Wait. We are so close, actually, to getting funding that Quest Pro headset of yours, right? Weren't we looking at eBay the other day? I think it was selling for like 800 something. We have
Yeah.
like 600 at the moment, right?
Yeah.
We've been saving up.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can
Especially
get
since I
that
get
like
paid in
next
2
month.
days.
Yes, fantastic. So chat, that is little news for you because Vesper is gonna have face tracking just like me soon enough. And I bet the interactions is gonna be nice and fun and very much so organic. Can you believe that just a couple of months ago, I think October was it. So November, December, January, February. 4 months ago, Vesper didn't have a PC. Vesper didn't have full body tracking. She was just playing on Quest. But lo and behold, here she all the nice advancements and whatnot, the upgrades, and then now she's gonna go get face tracking. What a big leap. Ain't that fantastic? Believe. Lumalabas ba yung accent ko, guys? I'm still here, says Lua. I logged into VR chat and it didn't want to cooperate. I see. Have time for one more Okay, Mr. Jane, what are we gonna play this round? Oh man. And who's gonna be the player? Quiet on her way, right, Wish? I bet it'd be super cool. I made sure your avatar is also face tracking compatible now with all the parameters and stuff.
Yeah, you showed me.
VR chat really needs to up their parameter count from 256 to like something higher, like 512. Come on. Vesper, since you already won something. Vesper, since you, aka me, already won something, she needs to have a chance to win as well. Alright, Vesper. Let's see if we can get their Monster Hunter funds too. I'm always game. So, Jane, who's gonna be picking the side of the coin first? You? Or this dragon here?
Either way, I'm gonna be a good sport.
Give it to the dragon. So listen here. Statistically, heads always wins, okay? But Paws won last time. I still think Paws is gonna win this round.
I'm gonna go with heads.
Heads? Okay. That leaves you with Paws, Mr. Jane. Wow. So, are we gonna play this or not? Are you ready?
Yeah. Is Jay ready though?
Are you ready? I'm always ready, of course. Talking to somebody from the Navy. Okay. Heads for Vesper, paws for Mr. Jade. Yeah, that's suspense. Let's zoom in our faces. Let's see if you win this time. Let's see which Lady Luck favors. And so we flip. Chat. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of like Navy SEALs like start showing up my door and saying, "Hey, one of our pals have been losing a whole lot." So yes. Chat, the coin has landed, as you can see, on heads. Thank you for those that voted and paused and tried.
Thank you, Jade. Good game.
Thank you, Jade. We need to lose once. We need to lose once or else Jade's gonna disappear. Let's rig the next one. I'll turn off the volume and try to flip it off screen until it lands on the losing shot. So you're gonna see me like disappear.
I've been witness to this guy losing.
Yes.
I can
thank
vouch
you,
for him.
holy
He does
guacamole.
lose.
Oh yeah. Jade giving the win. That's enormous again. Big W for Jade. Look at you bringing luck. Luck in heapfuls. Why, thank you, sir. I thank you kindly. Hi there, Pinky Chan. Do we have a channel on Discord for that? I managed to get a good screenshot. Just post it in the VR chat channel. We have everything and anything VR chat related is in the VR chat channel over at Discord. Wishdream said earlier to the face tracking discussion, I will be there soon. I am instead doing the DIY method, the lighter headset. Are you perchance going the Babel route? That's super cool. I've seen how the Babel trackers work. They're really good. The lighter headset is advantageous for me too since I work in VR. Oh, definitely. I had to buy the globular cluster thing for the Quest Pro. It's like $35, but man, does it really improve the comfort like tenfold. My luck's not with me today. I'll have to try again next time. I'll beat you, Vesper and Gabbles. You know the key word there? Next time. We didn't lose Jade. Jade. Super big thank you from both of us. Not really. This has probably been the most fun stream I've ever had in my whole 1 year of streaming. So much unexpected turns, twists, and dare I say suspense earlier. You wouldn't believe how much my heart is in my throat when we were doing the wagers. But yeah, Jade villain arc has begun. He's gonna kick my ass. That's probably what's gonna happen.
I honestly can't wait to. I don't mean this in any malicious way. I actually can't wait to see him win. Because
same here.
Get to be silly.
Same here. It's nice. It's nice having Jade here. In all honesty, look, even TikTok chat is having a whole bunch of fun. Bank heist for money. So Jade here is to replenish his fortune first by nabbing some cash bags from the bank. And then he's gonna show up again. So if you see in the news oh no, there's a robbery that has happened. We couldn't find the perpetrator. And then Jade shows up on stream. We all know what happened, right?
Wait, you're still streaming, bro? Sorry.
Come on, Mecha. It's okay. Mecha's
Come
back,
on,
chat.
Mecha.
I'm just in desktop, half eating. I thought I'm
Oh.
Chat, as you can tell.
Aww.
Before that, let's wish Jade a good day. Jade, thank you. No, it's evening. Have a good evening, right? See you around.
Good evening, Jay.
I usually stream every other day, same time. Bye. But yes, chat, as you can see, Mechatronic Desktop is here. Let's see. Let's swap the camera. Oh, nope.
That's like a cool book over there. Wow.
Why can't I move the
Brandon,
camera?
please,
Oh.
I'll let you finish your thing.
No. Chat, make us running.
Aw. Why are you running?
Bye, Meg. Why are you running?
Oh, can you actually go outside?
Chat. Well, there goes Meg.
I'll stand here. We'll stylish it.
Alright. Chat, here's a rare triple bean shot just for all of you. Because of Jade's generosity. All in frame. Hi. Yeah, somebody's a desktop, so they can't move theirs, but yes. I hear a new person. Maybe I would be lucky again. Mecha!
Wait, what?
Jade!
What?
Stay. Jade here has been playing Flip the Coin with us. That's all you need to know. Alright? So,
Okay.
alright. So you simply have to pick heads or paws.
Okay. I'll go with the one with the least likelihood of happening, because if it does happen, that'd be pretty cool.
I don't know what that is, so come on, pick.
Oh, okay. Mathematically, the statistical thing it would be the heads because there's more
Chat,
weight.
Mechatronic Dragon is an engineer, by
I
the
will
way.
go
So.
with tails, or is that poor?
Paws or tails? Okay.
paws.
You okay with that?
Pause, yeah,
So that means you're gonna get heads.
What's gonna be?
We are waiting for approval, Mr. Mecha.
Oh, okay, yes.
So, he has chosen Tails. Are you okay with that? He's paused, rather. I mean, we can change it. Mm.
It's locked in.
No, I must stick to the guns. Time to lock in. So,
Oh, let's go.
you
let's
are
go.
betting against Jade, who is using
Mhm.
his ever so favorable side, heads.
Okay.
And now, we shall see who is gonna win between you two. Hold on. Put the camera through.
Ooh, okay, okay. Drum roll.
Hold on. Let's make this the mecha cam. Cinematic.
I mean, if I wasn't eating, I'd be.
That's so funny. Mecha, imagine. May fortune be with you as you finish your bowl or plate of whatever you're eating. And so we flip, chat.
Nice. Okay.
Wait. This is the flip cam. Pause for you. Heads for you. And so we flip. What do you know? It looks like a certain somebody is gonna be sleeping well tonight. Because
Mm-hmm.
chat, it actually landed on heads. Jade actually gets to go rest with peace of mind in today's game.
There you go.
There you go. Congratulations, Mr. Jade. It was a good round.
Better luck next time.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you
Well
for
done.
playing, Jade. Well done. Gosh. Thank goodness you won, Mecha. If you didn't win, I would have found a way to rig it so you would lose. I'm just joking, chat. I forgot I was still live. Anyway.
Good grief.
Shh. You heard nothing, chat. Good night, Jade. May your dreams be as sweet as you. My nerves. Mecha, what are you eating, by the way? I'm curious. I'm hungry too.
Sorry, I was trying to find because occasionally I see you flick the coins, and I figured there'd be like a stash of coins just rolling everywhere. Occasionally. I'm having
Nice.
some chicken and rice.
Oh,
Ah, nice.
whoa! What?
Oh.
Looks like count your lucky stars, Mega. It seems like generosity goes through despite Lady Locknut favoring Jade. Thank you so much,
Wow,
dear sir.
okay.
What? Huh? What?
Don't worry, I'll tell you later.
sweet. My
I'll just DM you. I'll DM you later some stuff.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. You
Everybody
might spit your food out.
Finish eating. Finish eating
Oh, okay.
first.
I'll go over here. You guys.
Did you just chew Mecha away?
No, I didn't.
No, you
Mecca,
just
come
chewed
on,
him
come
away.
back.
It's
I
okay.
didn't
It's okay.
mean to.
It's okay. It's okay.
I didn't mean to chew you away. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just eating. I don't want to interrupt you guys.
Go eat. Go eat. Nah, I'm the one who shoot Mecha away.
We'll make
Those
it up
two-
to him. Don't worry.
Can't make up their minds, huh? Ouch.
You good?
Yeah, it was just one of my hanging plants was hitting my Do you know the pothos plants, right? So
Yes.
mine are like really long now for 2 years of growth,
Mm-hmm.
and they're hitting my head. I need to fix that. That
Mm.
we've been going on for 4 hours and 11 minutes. Now, how about this? Wait, why do I have so many people watching?
Probably because there's a lot more excitement.
I just realized I haven't joined in the Discord services, Wish. Let me fix. You're more than welcome to join, Wish. Wish, by the way, is a Filipino guy. He's super talented.
Ah.
Look at that.
Anyone's welcome to join so long as you're 18.
Yep. Anyway, as I was saying, before Jade gets tempted to wake up and play a game of Chance more because I cannot say the G word that ends with E. How about we call it a night stream? Right? Fair?
Yeah, sounds fair.
Yeah. So yeah,
Besides,
how
you
about
went,
we go say goodbye? Yeah, you say goodbye
Yeah.
first.
Bye, chat. Stay safe, stay hydrated, and make sure to get at least 8 hours of sleep.
Liz should listen to her, chat, or she's gonna ban you if you sleep too little and don't drink. Okay, she's the mod. She's Vesper Stitches herself. So yeah, chat. Today has been an extraordinary stream. In all honesty, I was. Started out a little grouchy, a little lackluster, and then suddenly it went up 10,000% thanks to you guys. You're such champions. And we had Mecha. He left. Mecha came back. Vesper came back. And then, yeah. Oh! It looks like we didn't end stream early enough. Jade is still sending 10 more people. The ability to use my funny little emotes.
Oh.
Good night, chat, and good night to you, Mr. Jane. I'll see you in the next stream, yeah? With that being said, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. I'll see you again day after tomorrow, chat. I'll see you day after tomorrow. And thanks again for everything today. I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. I really do. I still feel undeserving of all this kindness you guys are showing. And as I've said earlier, kindness given shall be kindness returned. I shall be doing my best for everybody. You have a fantastic day, everyone. Bye. Be nice to yourself, to others, to your dog, your neighbor's dog, your neighbor's dog's dog, and the cow over across your yard. And don't forget about the cat. See you around. Bye.